open communication throughout his tenure, assuming that RFK Jr. does get confirmed for this post. But there you heard a senator who was very much struggling with this nomination. He had extensive conversations with not just the RFK Jr., but also the people in the White House, the Vice President himself, also in part of this, but also the pressure campaign. Cassidy facing enormous pressure on both sides of the aisle, something he acknowledged right up the top, people wanting him, seeing him in the decisive vote. If he had voted no in the committee, that would be it. RFK Jr. nomination would be done. But now it's got a serious chance of being confirmed by his critical vote to advance this to the Senate floor. So what happens next? We expect a vote, Dan, early next week. The Senate Majority Leader John Thune plans to bring this up early next week. That means he needs to keep Republicans in line. We expect all Democrats to vote against RFK Jr., meaning he can only lose 3 Republican votes at most on the Senate floor. What will Lisa Murkowski do? What will Susan Collins do? 2 perennial swing votes. What will Mitch McConnell do? A childhood survivor of polio, someone who supports vaccines as well. But are there 4 Republicans who can vote against him? Right now, it doesn't seem that way. There's still several Republicans keeping their cards close to their vest as we head into this critical vote next weekend.
And we cannot overstate how much what we just heard from Senator Cassidy will give those 3 Republicans, if they're looking for it, political cover to vote for RFK Jr. because they can say, I mean, you can see the statements being written now. I have my doubts, but Dr. Cassidy says that he's going to be kind of in charge of this and make sure that things don't go awry. And so, therefore, you know, I support him. You can see that happening. Okay, Manu, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Here at the table are some incredible reporters to continue to talk about this. CNN's Jeff Zeleny, Jasmine Wright of Notice, and CNN's Priscilla Alvarez. Let's talk about some of what Senator Cassidy said, because it's so important and so critical. Not the least of which is you have a well-respected doctor, a Republican who's certainly gone sideways with MAGA world, like, I don't know, he voted for I think it was the second Trump impeachment because of January 6th. But still, when it comes to his credentials as a doctor, I would say they're unimpeachable when you look at the Republicans. What he said was, the vaccines do not cause autism. He said that without hesitation, without qualification. He said that is based on several studies that he has seen. He says the science is good and that it is safe. And that is what led him to get the promise from RFK Jr. that he would, as Manu said, not take that statement off of the CDC website and other measures to make sure that the oversight of RFK Jr. and HHS is real. So now the onus is on Senator Cassidy.
It is, and it would be extraordinary to see him not voting yes in the full Senate. So by this point, this decision almost certainly means that RFK Jr. will be confirmed. It might take the vote of Vice President Vance, as it did Hegseth, but I'm so struck by the parallels with the Defense Secretary, because you had a subject matter specialist, Joni Ernst, the senator from Iowa, who was a combat veteran, who had deep, deep concerns about Pete Hegseth's nomination. She had a lot of pressure from the outside. She got around to voting yes. Dr. Cassidy, Senator Cassidy, he's a subject matter expert. He got around to voting yes. The reality here is it is virtually impossible, politically speaking, to withstand the opposition, particularly if you're up for a re-election. But even if so, I think the question going forward is, how collaborative is Secretary Kennedy, should he become confirmed? How collaborative will he be with the Senate? Or are there going to be some fights between the legislative branch and the executive branch, which we are already seeing every hour of every day here? But he clearly got
not from Republicans,
not from Republicans.
And they're the ones who run the place, so.
Yeah, for exactly. I mean, a few of them have raised small concerns, but not really. But I'm in the Oval Office yesterday asking questions of the president. What are you doing to help get the nominees overboard? He said he was making calls, and we know that the vice president specifically has been involved in this. This has been one of his assignments, talking to Senator Cassidy, trying to urge him to go along with this. So he did, and we'll see how it goes.
Okay, so that's one side of the sort of the ledger, the pro and con ledger that he clearly was looking at. The other that I don't want to lose sight of, because it is really important for us to underscore this to our viewers, is the fact that Senator Cassidy said that there is a lot of mistrust of the healthcare, the government agencies that are in charge of healthcare, the healthcare industry. Obviously, we've heard much more about the food industry, and he clearly came to the conclusion that by defeating RFK Jr.'s nomination, and because he has become the poster person, poster child for all of that, would help to sow that distrust. It would, and putting Kennedy in there would help to calm things down. That was a big part of the Trump coalition, the sort of Baja movement, Make America Healthy Again. And RFK Jr. is their guy.
Yeah, I mean, there is a reason why RFK Jr. has so much support across the country. Now, did he have enough support to become president? No. But did he have those people who, because of COVID and other issues like our food quality and things like that, have a real mistrust of the vaccination system about what it causes or what it doesn't cause, or what transparency that people believe that the pharma industry is giving to Americans? Yes, and so that's his base, and that's something that was also, kind of fighting against Bill Cassidy. But I think that what he described was a lot of promises, and it's unclear whether or not those promises will be kept, particularly on this issue of vaccine and autism. Even Trump posted this morning, basically saying that, I'll read it to you really quickly. He said that 20 years
up on the screen while you do it. Go
because 20 years ago, autism in children was 1 in 10,000. Now it's 1 in 34. Wow, something's really wrong. We need Bobby. Thank you. Now, he's not exactly linking that to vaccines, but clearly this is the conversation that's happening right now in the zeitgeist. And so there are a lot of people, not just the MAHA movement, not just moms who are concerned about red dye and different foods and things like this, but that have real concerns about vaccines. And so I think that that is what Bill Cassidy is acknowledging. I think the last thing I want to say is that, so much of this confirmation fight that we're talking about right now stems from Matt Gaetz. People within the Republican community, not the Republicans, saw Matt Gaetz fall. They felt that it was unfair that he did not get his day in the confirmation hearings. And so they created this really robust outside network to push these senators. So yes, Bill Cassidy is saying that, he got enough consolidation from RFK. He feels like they can work together, but he's also facing a very tough primary. And that network of people that were engaged after Matt Gaetz fell knew that and pressed on that point.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up the sort of bigger picture, because I do want to talk about that. What we're going to see later today is a vote for Tulsi Gabbard. Susan Collins said yesterday afternoon that she's going to support Tulsi Gabbard to be the Director of National Intelligence. It looks like, unless we have a big surprise, she's also somebody who looks likely to get through. So Matt Gaetz aside, if you look at the big picture of the cabinet, what Donald Trump wants, Donald Trump is getting from the Republicans in the United States Senate.
You don't say no to Donald Trump is essentially the message that is resonating across the halls of Congress. There are other examples of this before these votes. There are some hearings on federal funding and the sort of tepid response to that, even though we know that Republicans were getting multiple calls from constituents about how this was playing out in their districts and the many questions they had. The firing of the watchdogs, the inspector generals, and again, the senators who have defended that and are big on oversight, including there in that speech by Bill Cassidy, when he talks about the oversight of Congress. Again, another move done with not much outrage from Republicans. This is another example that when you look at the 30,000-foot view here, it is increasingly difficult, it's very difficult to say no to the president and his agenda. The big question that I think Jeff was hitting at here, and what Bill Cassidy is
if RFK
It's on the screen where we are. Go ahead and double tap the screen for the light, please.
With Congress, he said, for example, that he would work off opinions have afforded full vaccines, and he would want to see more ironclad scientific evidence. But that is on the basis that there's going to be that correspondence. And what we have seen over the course of only this week is that the executive has been making decision after decision, and Congress follows. It is a big leap of faith, particularly for an administration that has Elon Musk, who didn't get any votes and has no cabinet or congressional nomination, is now very much doing what he wants to do, which we'll talk about later in the show. All right, everybody stand by. Coming up, President Trump, is he really going to fire hundreds, if not thousands, FBI agents this afternoon? We'll talk about that next.
Those shoes are brand new. Soundtrack to summer. Even in the winter. Exclusive behind-the-scenes access to Kenny October.
Right to your doorstep. Medication is good for 1 year, and there's free formula upgrades for those who need more potent results. New patients receive 10 free extra doses of ICP medication.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-885-9797. That's 800-885-9797. 800-885-9797.
If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental car is included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-453-2609. That's 800-453-2609.
Moments ago, the deadline for the FBI to turn over the names of all agents who were part of the criminal cases against Donald Trump for January 6th rioters passed. Now, Trump's hand-picked acting Deputy Attorney General, who also happens to be the lawyer who defended President Trump in those criminal cases, ordered the Bureau to give them a list of the names by noon today. The question is, will the new president order the firing of everyone on it? CNN senior justice correspondent Evan Perez is in Washington in the newsroom. In New York, CNN chief law enforcement and intelligence analyst John Miller is here, who also was a former FBI assistant director. Evan, I want to start with you. What are you hearing about, first of all, the questionnaire, and second of all, who's on the list?
Well, the questionnaire was due yesterday afternoon at 3 p.m. All indications are the agents complied with what was required of them, which was to provide
Thanks for the like. Thanks for the like. Go ahead and double tap that screen.
What actions they took, what cases they were working on. It was a very tight deadline that they were ordered to do from an email over the weekend. And then today was a deadline for the acting leadership of the FBI to turn over the names of thousands of employees, agents, analysts, supervisors who worked on cases related to January 6th, as well as a Hamas-related prosecution that also occurred in the last administration. Now, all it was that the FBI leaders were going to comply with that deadline of noon, and so we expect that the names are now in the hands of Emil Bobet, who is the acting Deputy Attorney General at the Justice Department. And, keep in mind that he's the one that initiated this with a memo on Friday that was subject line termination, right? He ordered the termination of 8 senior officials of the FBI. Towards a much broader purge at the FBI. That actually seems to have come to a halt, or at least pause, in part because the group representing former and current agents pointed out that Kash Patel on Thursday had tried promised that there wouldn't be retribution for agents just simply because of the cases that they worked, that they had no choice on what to work. And also, he also testified that there would be a process, so it appears. But that is the process now in place as we wait for Pam Bondi to come in as the Attorney General as soon as tomorrow.
So Chuck Miller, so he made that promise. Patel made that promise. But what we're seeing, maybe it's more narrow than it would have been. What we're seeing is the beginning of the retribution that Donald Trump said over and over and over he would be part of, so much so that his own personal attorneys for these cases against him are now in charge of the Department of Justice.
And I'm being told by multiple sources that the real push on this is coming from the White House to the acting Deputy Attorney General, parentheses, as you pointed out, Donald Trump's former criminal attorney, to put pressure on Brian Driscoll, the acting director of the FBI. So with Kash Patel testifying under oath in his confirmation hearing that no agent will be disciplined for doing the actual work they were assigned to do in a proper way by the FBI, things have shifted in a most interesting way for the politics of it. You've got the White House pushing for this enemies list from within the FBI. You've got the Department of Justice driving it. And you have Kash Patel, who 3 weeks ago, most agents in the FBI were saying, you know, what are we going to do if this guy becomes director? It could be a disaster. And now you've got a lot of agents saying, let's get this guy in here because he has promised we will not be retaliated against. And this shouldn't be carried out by a bunch of officials in acting capacities before there's a confirmed attorney general, before there's a confirmed FBI director, by surrogates who are trying to, the political analysis would be, get the dirty work done before their appointees show up.
There's a lot of faith in that testimony under oath, but it is an interesting time nonetheless. Thank you to both of you for your excellent reporting. Always appreciate having you on. Up next, as soon as today, the Trump administration may start moving migrants it detained to Guantanamo Bay. We've got exclusive news from CNN reporting by Priscilla Alvarez. We'll bring it to you next.
Get him out of here.
You didn't start a business to babysit your poorest performing employees. That's exactly why I started my business, so you don't have to. Hi, I'm Alan Jones, founder and CEO of Bambi. I created Bambi so small business owners can take back control of their business. Need to fire a poor performing employee who happens to now want 3 months off? Your Bambi HR manager will take care of that for you in your first week with us. You spend your time coaching your A players, we'll take care of the rest. I'm so confident that Bambi will help you focus on what you love about running your business that I'm offering a $1 trial to the service for your first month. Trust me, there are no unforgivable calls or questions you can give your Bambi HR manager. After your first month, just $29 a month for companies of any size. Month to month, no hidden fees, cancel anytime. Get a month of Bambi for just $1. Go to Bambi.com and type CNN on your radio to schedule your first call with an HR manager right now. Go to BAMBE.com, CNN Radio.
Crocs weight loss is not available everywhere. Compounded products are not FDA approved or verified for safety effectiveness or quality. Prescription required restrictions apply. BiggMama's and are not compounded.
Everyone's talking about the breakthrough of weight loss drugs, but too few can access or afford them. Hers is changing that. At hers.com/CNN, you can access doctor-trusted weight loss treatments tailored to you, like GLP-1 weekly injections with the same active ingredient as Ozempic and Wegovy, or oral medications at a fraction of the price. That's right. You'll save up to 91% per month on compounded semaglutide based on pricing for hers. The same active ingredient as the main brand drug at 91% less. There's no hidden fees and no membership fees. Just one low, transparent price. And the process is 100% online. If prescribed, your personalized plan ships free directly to your door. Get started at hers.com/CNN to access affordable doctor-trusted weight loss plans that put you first. That's hers.com/CNN. hers.com/CNN. Between all the holiday parties,
Region tailgates. We've been overindulging a little more than usual over the holidays, but now we're starting the new year off on a healthier note by taking back deliver some supplements from New Nordic every day.
Active Liver contains a powerful blend of turmeric, milk thistle, and globe artichoke extract, all natural ingredients that help protect the liver, so that it can protect you from toxins. It's like giving my body a daily detox. I've never felt better, and my energy is through the roof.
And my doctor is already impressed with how much better my numbers are looking. So if better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today and start the year off knowing you're giving your liver some well-deserved relief. Active Liver is available in both tablets and as a delicious gummy. You can find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
In a crisis, your number one need is food. Because when things go sideways, it's always one of the first things to sell out. If you wait to stock up, all you'll find in the grocery store are crowds of desperate people and empty shelves. That's why FEMA and the Red Cross say you need at least 72 hours of non-perishable food. Here's the good news. For Patriots, the trusted preparedness company is offering listeners of this station a special buy one, get two free deal on its best-selling 72-hour survival food kits. This new and improved kit has 20 servings of delicious food for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, all designed to last for 25 years. It sells for $29 and it's been rated 4.4 stars by thousands of happy customers. But when you act quickly and buy one kit, you will get two more kits absolutely free. That's three kits for the price of one, $58 in free food. Go to freefood123.com. That's freefood123.com. This deal won't last. Go to freefood123.com now.
Are you a small business owner who needs immediate cash flow? At Swish Funding, we have flexible funding options from $25,000 to $2 million. Best of all, to make sure you have the best rates and terms for your business, just one application to Swish Funding gives you access to our entire network of funders, with cash in your account in as little as 24 hours. To qualify, you must be in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000. Apply at swishfunding.com. That's SWISH funding.com.
Today, military flight carrying migrants is expected to head to Guantanamo Bay. President Trump has demanded U.S. military base in Cuba house as many as 30,000 migrants awaiting deportation. One of the many questions is this
No, that's nice. I can see the reflection from the tree over there.
behind this report? First of all, I think that's
On the highway.
the question we can ask about pretty much anything that we're talking about that they're doing. Is it illegal? But with your reporting, I want you to explain what the specific plans are.
Well, and the question that DHS, Department of Homeland Security lawyers, and Pentagon lawyers were reviewing over the last several days is, can they take someone who has arrived on U.S. soil, want them out of the United States, and take them to Guantanamo Bay for them to be repatriated to another country? We have never done that before. What we have done is interdicted them at sea, taken them to a migrant operations center that has been there for years before repatriating them. So this next phase of how they are opening up Guantanamo Bay and the migrant center in particular is different. It's unprecedented, and it is what lawyers have been assessing over the last several days, according to sources. Now, planning is well underway. What they are doing here is essentially building up 10 facilities. This would be in the migrant operations center area of Guantanamo Bay. We have used, and by we I mean the United States, has used 10 facilities along the U.S. southern border before when there have been surges. It has been for a very short amount of time before they can process them out. 10 facilities are exactly what you would imagine. They are meant to keep people for very short periods of time. And the question with Guantanamo is, how long will someone be there? Now, the Homeland Security Secretary said over the weekend they will not be held there indefinitely, but a lot relies on countries taking people back. This is something that President Donald Trump talks a lot about. He just struck a deal with Venezuela to have these deportation flights. Well, that also happened during the Biden administration, and then from one day to the next, Venezuela stopped doing that. So if you were in a situation like that, what happens to those who are already there? And without access to legal service providers, which is unclear if they will have them, as well as other services, because everything comes into Guantanamo Bay and is not just there. There's still a lot of unanswered questions here, but they're very much ready. All of it, it can take about 30 days for them to get all of the facility up and running, but we are told that they're going to start sending them there now.
30,000 people,
Single adults, we're not anticipating families, but again, remains to be seen.
Okay, so I want to talk about this and broaden it out to the almost trade war that President Trump had with Mexico and Canada over several issues, including and especially the issue of illegal immigration, particularly when it comes to Mexico. This is the way the press secretary of the White House described it. Canada is bending the knee just like Mexico. Then there is a very
Bending the knee. What's that supposed to mean?
the way our colleague Stephen Collins analyzed it. In the face of a trade war with America's neighbors, Trump wins. There are is more important than the commander-in-chief looking tough. Second, nothing is really what it seems. Despite a White House victory lap, there is a more convincing case that it was really Trump who backed away from the fight that could have caused severe economic pain. That's how it is.
There absolutely is a lot of evidence to suggest that the president backed away from an economic fight. He watches the markets very carefully. I asked him yesterday to give the market reaction because he said, how do the markets do? We know he watches very carefully. So
As soon as they announced, forgive me, but as soon as they announced that there was even a discussion happening
with Mexico, the markets began to have almost no doubt. But even inside this administration, the Treasury Secretary, Stephen Miller, the top advisor to the president, and Deputy White House Chief of Staff, they were all urging the president to find a deal on this. Because Stephen Miller, interestingly, thought that this trade war with Mexico would hurt the broader immigration cooperation that they're seeing. So, look, the president had many reasons to back away from this, and it's unclear actually what they got out of it. I mean, the Mexican president agreed to send 10,000 National Guard troops, which isn't nothing, obviously. Justice Mexico later in the day said that he is going to create a fentanyl czar. There's a fraction of the fentanyl that comes to the U.S. from Canada. So the bottom line is, at the White House yesterday, there was a feeling that the president, he said on Friday, no concessions, went through this, but then clearly pulled back from the brink, which many people think is not a bad thing. There were Republican senators calling up the White House, Chuck Grassley, many others from farm states, other places, saying this cannot go forward. It really rattled a lot of businesses yesterday and boardrooms.
I mean, look, Fareed Zakaria was on the show yesterday saying something that I'm now going to say over and over, quoting him, of course, that so much of this is performative. And he wants the headlines like, and I'm going to put this up on the screen while you talk, that he's getting from the very conservative media praising him for this, despite the reality that we were just discussing. Yeah, I mean, I think that this is Donald Trump's MO, and it's why he believes it's effective, because nobody knows exactly where he's going to go. He changes his mind frequently. The messaging is often unstable. His team will say one thing, then he goes back and kind of walks it back or says a completely different thing. And so that's why he feels that he is so successful when it comes to negotiating with these countries, because they don't know where he's going to go and they don't know where he's going to land. I mean, if you just look at the timeline, he said no concessions on Friday, and then on Sunday there were exceptions for oil and other things. In my conversations with some of his advisors and people close to the president in the last 24 hours, it's really been difficult for them to identify one
can't do, they won't do anything without our approval. And we'll give them the approval where appropriate, where not appropriate, we won't.
And Sally is still here, along with CNN Bill Mattingly, who is here to discuss the terrific reporting that he and other colleagues of ours have done on going inside what Elon Musk is doing. And this is the first start what we're putting on the screen. And just for the sake of time, we'll put it up there. I think everybody has a pretty good idea of what moves he's been making that we know about. And then read a quote from your piece. They have managed to bring so many rules and so many laws with some fairly simple actions that a lot of lawyers and a lot of people in the media and politicians and everyone get tangled up on. You're basically punching smoke when you're trying to litigate against that. That is such a good way to put it. And also, John,
it is extraordinarily complicating as a factor for lawyers, for lawmakers, for the courts in general as they try and get us, as lawsuits start to come. It's also very difficult to cover, to be candid. And a lot of respect to folks across several organizations have been doing great work. And the reason why is this, and I said this to one of our colleagues the other day, I think I got a failure of imagination about what to some degree coming into this. You know, we were told about the efforts by a DOJ representative to get into the Treasury Department to look at their payment system, which is quite literally the plumbing of the U.S. financial system. It's $5 trillion. It's payments that just go out automatically. There's a stop payment system as well, contrary to what Elon Musk says. And we were flagged about that by somebody who was very concerned about it early on in the transition. And never thought, we've been reporting it out, and honestly, it's spoken to the public this week, and it just didn't necessarily have a matter of just how aggressive they plan to be. And it's Treasury, it's GSA, it's OPM, it's he's going to represent OMB as well. These are kind of the nerve centers of the U.S. government, and places that a lot of people know about, but are absolutely critical to the day-to-day operations. We've seen a lot of workforce stuff because it's become public. The fork in the road email that mimics or echoes Trump's personal report in our shop, the 2022 Twitter email, that obviously is unstoppable a lot of people. But that's not happening in a vacuum. You tie that into what's happening at these agencies where senior government officials who do have a lot of authority traditionally are completely boxed out. They don't have access to systems, they don't have access to leadership. They're finding out about senior DOJ officials who are setting up in their agencies because all of a sudden they show up in the directory. That's how a GSA official found out that Steve Davis, who was one of Elon Musk's for 2 decades closest advisors, was at GSA, and so was Steve Davis' wife. Hollander was also a Twitter official. They have now really taken control of everything. What people, I think, are having a tough time getting their heads around is this is somebody who donated $280 million to a campaign. This is somebody with tens of millions of dollars in government contracts. This is somebody with relationships and direct lines to foreign adversaries. Now inside the systems, and it's very, very hard to figure out, trace, as is problematic.
And even the president is finding out some of this in real time and after the fact. That's what I think is so fascinating about all this reporting. He did. He said, he knows that he would not be allowed to overstep. The reality here is the White House is playing catch up to this. They have so many other things going on. Elon Musk is well ahead of them. So President Trump is not driving this train at all. He's watching what Elon Musk and his contemporaries and employees are doing.
I encourage everybody to read Phil's piece online. It is really important. Loretta, thanks to you both. Thanks for coming on. Coming up with anything for Democrats going to do about Elon Musk's push to dismantle the entire federal government, including and especially what my next guest cares a lot about, which is USAID. Senator Lee Keane, House Democrat on Foreign Relations Committee, is here with us.
Does a pea-sized amount rub in between your butt cheeks like this? I will demonstrate.
What are you doing?
I'm live on the air sharing the good news of controlling body odor everywhere.
Drive safe out there.
Full body deodorant
I say drive safe now.
specifically for blood cracks. How else am I supposed to say it? It's a blood crack. Movie was created for your blood crack. They accidentally discovered it's all white. The affected hormone is B2. It's clinically proven to block odor all day, over 72 hours, and it's more effective than a shower with soap alone. On the areas that you've been relying on a shower with soap alone and hoping for the best. But can it work anywhere you have odor pollution in? It's speed, performance, and beyond. It's so big.
gas, $29 a month.
We will break from the snow once we go through here and get up into Oregon. The only thing that we have to do until we get to Washington besides snow on the pass.
Shouts out to James saying you guys need to be safe out there, please. Don't need anything happen to my favorite truck drivers. Oh, we will, James.
James are moving. All right, let's see if we can get through the rest of this Cabbage Hill, Daddy. All right, close.
Really bad out there. It was like that here a few days ago. Where you at, James? We forgot. I think we got a couple James that come on.
we are as effective and efficient as possible when it comes to government programs. And a review is appropriate, but to stop everything just immediately without thinking about what the consequences of that are, I think is the problem. Assistance programs employ 100,000 people in the United States. Last year, they put out over $100 billion in contracts that small businesses, primarily in the U.S., got from those contracts. So there are huge economic impacts in addition to the other effects of stopping these efforts. And what really gets affected is to do something. And they're going to look elsewhere. And I'll tell you who's ready to fill in that vacuum, and that's China and Russia. And Russia, absolutely. We saw former President Medvedev who said that they were rejoicing the applaud of that. I want to ask about technology. And, you know, one of the things that I am hearing over and over again, I'm hearing, I know you're hearing, is where's Congress? See, Elon Musk or people who work for him to be doing this the way that they are, given the fact that these programs were approved by Congress and signed. Well, that's what so our foreign assistance program is because obviously that's the problem. The problem is that they have the authority, everybody's authority. It's their mechanism, whether it's constitutional or I guess the courts or whatever it is. Well, there are a number of lawsuits that are going forward, and I think those will be important. We will do everything we can to continue to call public attention to this because we need to see the public express concern. When Elon Musk will go in and get access to my grandmother's information about her tax return and her health concerns and anything.
You know, not in your Cadillac.
Everybody. And what they're really trying to do is to keep people just from saying anything because they're worried about retribution. And that's what's happening with our colleagues. They're worried about retribution. Elon Musk, and they're worried about retribution. Oh my God, this is comprehensive that go on for to discuss. We should listen to you this evening. Thank you for joining us at Politics and CNN Central Time.
Oh, this shit got blanketed with no. Maybe he's still offended to the wild.
We all agree. Right?
Yeah.
All these farmland got stolen.
Yeah. Let's see how far it goes now.
Excuse us, partners. Excuse us, partners. Got time for this shit. We got shit to do. Got snow now.
Department now, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, or if I look like an attorney, I apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we left over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-517-1717. That's 800-517-1717. 800-517-1717.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-224-5353. That's 800-224-5353. Again, that's 800-224-5353.
Breaking news in the CNN, FBI employees filing a class action lawsuit against the Department of Justice. This after Trump appointees at DOJ demanded the FBI leaders report all employees who work on cases involving President Trump and January 6th. So what happens next? Plus, Beijing strikes back. President Trump may have bought some more time when it comes to a trade war with Mexico and Canada, but China says it's on. How this could impact it.
And extreme sticker shock. Waffle House leaving its customers scrambling after it places a surcharge on every single egg that it sells. Why your omelets are costing more. We're following these major developing stories and many more, all coming in right here to CNN News Central.
They jacked up the price at Waffle House.
We start this afternoon with breaking news. FBI employees have sued Acting Attorney General James McHenry, accusing the Department of Justice of violating the Constitution and privacy laws by demanding that agents complete a survey allegedly designed to purge Bureau personnel who were involved in January 6th cases. CNN senior justice correspondent Evan Perez joins us now. Evan, what are you hearing about what is going on at FBI now that this deadline has come and gone?
Well, the deadline was new. So as of an hour ago, our understanding was that the FBI leadership was going to comply with the demand for these names to be provided. And so this lawsuit really is about what happens next, which is that the agents are demanding that the Justice Department not publish their names because what we've seen before, Boris, is that the publication of the names of agents who are involved in any Trump-related cases results in harassment, in threats to their families. They get doxxed, and so that's one of the first things that is being addressed here in this lawsuit. Obviously, the larger question is whether these agents will be targeted for termination or demotion or any other kinds of punishment, right? That is partly what is at issue here. You remember, on Friday, the Justice Department was headed towards doing dozens of potential firings, and then suddenly everything seemed to come to a pause, right? And the reason for that is that Kash Patel, the nominee to run the FBI on Thursday, had testified, and he had said in a hearing that agents would not be punished for the work that they did on cases that they were assigned, right? And so that is what really kind of made everything kind of come slow to a halt. And now there's this process that has been put in place. Now, Emil Bove, who's the acting Deputy Attorney General, says that there's going to be a review of the agents who worked on all these cases. We're talking about thousands of FBI agents and analysts who did anything related to January 6th.
Who didn't choose to work those cases. Those were cases that they were assigned.
Correct. They don't have a choice on which cases to work. And so that's part of the issue here. Agents say that they're being threatened with termination for simply doing their job. So we don't know yet what process is going to be in place. There's a couple of things to watch. Pamela Bondi is the incoming Attorney General. We expect that she's going to be confirmed as soon as tomorrow. And we'll see what path she takes on handling this review that has now been set up.
Yeah, something to watch closely there. Evan Perez, thank you so much, Brielle.
Let's talk about this now with former FBI Deputy Director Andrew McCabe. Andy, do you think that this is going to work, this lawsuit?
Well, I think it tips the scales somewhat in the agent's favor, which is absolutely necessary. It has the advantages of taking this process, which seems designed for only one result, right? To put the department and Bureau leadership in a position of purging these agents for doing the lawful work that they did. And it now introduces some degree of judicial review or oversight of that process. Some neutral third party, our courts, that can step in and say, what you're doing here is denying these agents their due process rights, and you are also putting them at risk by potentially violating their privacy rights under the Privacy Act if you release their names to the public. So I think it's a great move. I think it's necessary for them to stand up and defend themselves, and this is the proper way to do that at this point in the process.
And so when it comes to all of this, how, and this was before this lawsuit was filed, FBI Director Brian Driscoll said that leaders would follow FBI policy. I mean, what does FBI policy say? How are you reading what he's saying?
You know, it's really interesting. He's getting a lot of credit for standing up on behalf of the agent population and defending them against this effort, but he is somewhat limited as well. In his case, if the Department of Justice simply comes in and says, hey, we want a list of agents who are doing particular work, it's hard for him to push back on that, because what they're asking for on its face is not obviously unlawful or unethical. Now, we all know what they intend to do with that information, which is why the agents who are the vulnerable, players in this drama, they have to stand up and defend their rights in court as they're doing with this suit. But Driscoll's in a very tough spot. And let's remember that the more he pushes back against DOJ, the more likely it is we hear tomorrow that Driscoll is gone and has been removed from the FBI in the same way that they pushed out the leaders of the branches. So the EADs, executive assistant directors, very high-ranking people at headquarters, almost all of whom now have been forced to retire against their will.
Trump's pick for FBI Director Kash Patel promised under oath that rank-and-file FBI agents would not be retaliated against. What should we make of what he told Congress?
In my opinion, Brianna, very little. Kash Patel said so many things in the course of that hearing that were obviously and provably false that I think folks in the FBI would be ill-advised to take his word, to put any value in his word and his claims that he's going to stand with FBI agents against Donald Trump, the person who he has so many times pledged and indicated absolute slavish loyalty to. That is hard really to believe, that once he gets in charge, if he gets the order to start separating out people who are participants in the January 6 cases for retribution, punishment, reassignments, real career-ending sort of personnel actions, it is very hard for me to believe that Kash Patel is going to stand up for those people.
If there were not other things going on in Washington, what we're seeing happening at DOJ would be the top story. But there are just so many things that are happening. We're seeing this dismantling of the federal workforce. With some of these other stories stealing some of the oxygen. Do you think that Americans understand what is at risk at the Department of Justice?
I really don't. I don't think they understand. And this is these two entities, the Department of Justice and the FBI, are institutions that have come in close and impactful contact with Americans every single day, hundreds, maybe thousands of times a day across the country. And what is happening here, first of all, it's horrendous what they're doing to this population of people who did nothing other than the work they were assigned, the lawful, appropriate, consistent with policy work they were assigned on the January 6 cases. But let's think for a minute of what this looks like after that group of people are fired. The agents who are left are confronting a situation that FBI agents haven't even imagined since in the post-Hoover era. And that is, what do I do when I'm asked to do something unlawful or unethical, but then am I putting myself in a position where I might be fired for angering the wrong politically connected person? That is not a calculation that's ever gone on in the FBI, and it will have been introduced by the fear of having watched the termination of their innocent colleagues. So this is an act that will destabilize and really shape the foundations of the FBI and its ability to protect Americans for generations.
All right, Andrew McCabe, thank you so much. We do appreciate your perspective. Boris?
Just hours after President Trump hit the pause button on imposing tariffs on Canada and Mexico, his promised tariffs on China have kicked in, and today it's Beijing punching back with taxes on U.S. goods. 15% tariffs on U.S. coal and liquefied natural gas, plus a 10% tariff on U.S. crude oil and large cars and pickup trucks. Those tariffs are set to go into effect on Monday. Beijing also is taking action against the selection of U.S. companies, including Google and the company that owns Calvin Klein and Tommy Hilfiger. CNN's Matt Egan joins us now. Matt, first walk us through exactly what's being targeted with these new tariffs and why.
Well, Boris, this is a swift response from China, wasting no time here, but it also looks like a carefully calibrated response, one that seems designed to keep things from getting out of control. So as you mentioned, 15% tariffs set to go into effect on Monday from China on coal, on liquefied natural gas, 10% on crude oil, farm machinery, and some vehicles. There's also some non-tariff actions here that you mentioned. There's some new export controls on metals. There's this two new firms that have been added to the sanctions list, and this anti-monopoly investigation into Google, which we should know has pretty limited operations in China. I think what's telling here is what Beijing didn't do, right? They didn't put tariffs on everything they get from the United States. This is just a small slice of what they import from the U.S. They didn't go after Apple or McDonald's here or American farmers either. So reading between the lines, this is prevent temperatures from getting out of control here, right? Because anytime you have a trade war, the risk is that there's this cycle of escalation where each country wants higher and higher tariffs and there's no offering. So it is a relief to see a measured response from China. Still though, Boris, this does feel like very early days in the U.S.-China battle here on trade. One analyst at TD Cowen, Chris Gruber, he told clients today, he said increased tariffs remain a question of when.
Yeah, remember Trump vowed a 60% tariff. So that may be as far as he's willing to go. Matt, consumers feel the sting of these Chinese tariffs on what goods?
Yeah, well, the obvious place to look are where the U.S. imports the most amount of stuff from China. So think about electronics, televisions, smartphones, right, computers. A third of U.S. imports in that category comes from China. Also, we import
in the house.
chemicals, electrical equipment and machinery from China. Now, the fact that it's only a 10% increase should limit the damage here, but remember, these are import taxes. They're paid by U.S. companies when they bring stuff in from China, and then they can choose to pass along some of the costs to consumers or to eat the cost, but that would hurt their profit. I just talked to the president of a company that makes appliances, and they bring those appliances in from China. And he told me that, you know what, they're going to try to eat some of the costs, but they're also going to have to pass along some of the cost of the tariffs to consumers in the form of higher prices. And he told me what's killing him is the uncertainty right now. He said being in the dark is very frustrating. We feel like we've been stabbed in the back by these tariffs because they're just going to hurt the company. And remember, when you think about higher prices for consumers from these tariffs, it's really going to hit the people who can afford it the least. The Peterson Institute looked at how much each consumer is going to get hit here in terms of income bracket, and they found that the people on the low end of the income spectrum, they're going to be the ones who are going to feel it the most. You see that right there, almost 3% of the income of the bottom 20% of earners. That's what the cost is from the tariffs on both Canada, Mexico, the ones that are due in a month, and the tariffs that were just imposed on China. And so that's another thing we have to look at here, because obviously people are feeling the pain from higher prices. Boris?
Patty, thank you so much for that update. Still ahead this hour on CNN News Central, new reporting that President Trump plans to dismantle the Department of Education, the potential impact it could have on schools across the country. Plus, the White House confirms the first flight carrying undocumented migrants from the U.S. to Guantanamo Bay is currently underway, despite questions about whether
that's it. You're going to Guantanamo Bay.
Bring home more from your in-car stations with the Sirius XM app. More than 200 streaming-only channels for every at-home activity. Music for kids, pets, even plants. Sounds for better sleep, breaking a sweat, and everything in between. Just search At Home to find it all with the SiriusXM app. At home on your phone, computer, Alexa, TV, or other internet-connected devices.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month.
50-year-old man, a little bit porky.
Speak with Big Lou at 800-513-2326. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term providers help thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-513-2326. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-513-2326. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-513-2326. That's 800-513-2326.
If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental car is included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-453-2609. That's 800-453-2609.
If you're a business owner who had W-2 employees during COVID, you have less than 90 days to file for the government's employee tax credit refund. In this economy, who can afford to miss out on up to $21,000 per W-2 employee? Yes, up to $21,000 per employee. We automated the entire process. Answer the online questions. Submit your application. It typically takes less than 15 minutes to complete. Go to 1-800-ERC.com. Again, 1-800-ERC.com. Find out if you qualify. You pay nothing up front. We get a small portion of what you collect after you've been paid. If you don't get paid, we don't get paid. This is not a loan. There is nothing to pay back. Even if you took PPP money, you may qualify. Whether you had one W-2 employee or 500, we can help. In less than 90 days, the filing deadline is over. Make the time. Go to 1-800-ERC.com. Again, 1-800-ERC.com.
1-800-ERC.com.
Attention small business owners in need of cash flow. At Swish Funding, whether it's funds for an expansion or new equipment, we've got your back. With flexible funding options from $45,000 up to $2 million. Lenders have unique lending specialties and rates. That's why at Swish Funding, we created our IntelliMatch lending marketplace to match you perfectly with the best rates and terms from a funder within our network. And just one application gives you access to our entire network of lenders. With our fast and easy process, you can get a decision in minutes and cash in your account in as little as 24 hours. At Swish Funding, we offer financing at rates as low as 8% with flexible payment terms tailored to your business needs. To qualify, you must be in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000. If you're ready to take your small business to the next level, Swish Funding is here to help you succeed. Apply today at swishfunding.com. That's SWISH funding.com.
Conversation with Cardinal Number.
The church goes on producing books by their terrible triumphs, journal,
Dozens of employees of the agency are already on administrative leave. CNN's Renee Marsh is with us now on this story. We're standing by as the president is set to sign some new executive orders here in the next hour. In the meantime, what are you learning about his plan when it comes to the Department of Education?
Right, so we have this reporting that this executive order will come in two parts. The first part would be directing the education secretary to devise a plan to diminish this agency through executive order, and the second phase of his plan would push for Congress to pass legislation to end the Department of Education. This is something that he's talked about a lot on the campaign trail, wanting to get rid of the Department of Education. Clearly from this executive order, he understands he cannot do that unilaterally, so again, pushing for Congress to pass that legislation.
And there are, as I mentioned, dozens of Department of Ed employees who are on leave. Can you tell us a little bit about that? What's the agency saying? Why are they on leave?
Yeah, and I've spent a lot of time talking to a lot of these employees, and these are, civil servants who the top thing that they said to me is they love their jobs. Many of them said they were willing to work with this administration because that's what civil servants do. But now they find themselves unclear on what their financial future would be and their employment future would be. So we're talking about at least 75 employees at the Department of Education placed on paid administrative leave. But that's a low number because this is from the union president, and she only has visibility on her union members of the agency who have been impacted. Many have learned about this via email, and then their work accounts were suspended. They haven't told that they're going to be placed on paid administrative leave indefinitely, but the union is saying a lot of these positions are people who actually did not work on DEI. When they talked amongst themselves, the common denominator that they found was that many of them had attended a 2-day DEI training in 2019, which was under the first Trump administration, and they did a refresher course under the Biden administration. So they believe that's why they got targeted, but they say their day-to-day job duties have nothing to do with DEI.
That is very interesting. Renee Marsh, thank you. Boris?
Meantime, federal workers are facing a Thursday deadline to resign if they want to accept a buyout offer from the Trump administration. They accept, they will receive severance through September 30th. This move has been criticized by federal workers unions who are cautioning members that the offer does not guarantee they would actually receive those benefits.
What?
And now, attorneys general from 12 states are urging workers to stay on the job. California Attorney General Bob Monta writing that the Trump administration's so-called buyout offer is a pointed attack aimed at dismantling our federal workforce and sowing chaos for Americans that would want a functioning government. Joining us now is Attorney General Fisher, the separate warning, and the AG of Connecticut, William Tom. Sir, thanks so much for sharing part of your afternoon with us. Your office says there are more than 5,000 federal workers living in Connecticut. How many of them do you expect will take this buyout?
Yeah, thanks for having me, Boris.
course, not clear yet on hearing as many as 20,000 employees are ready to take this buyout. And to me, it feels like something like a scam. There's all the hallmarks of a scam. When I try to help people in Connecticut get themselves from scams, I see a lot of offers that have little details, scam details, and watch out for scams that have but you have to take it now or you lose it. That's why we're telling people across Connecticut, if you're a federal employee, be careful because there's, as far as we can tell, no authority for this action. No guarantee that you'll get paid through September 30th. No guarantee that this is real.
I want to get your response to a spokesperson at the Office of Personnel Management who's argued that his group of attorneys general wanting workers not to take the buyout, which you're part of, is spreading misinformation and using workers as pawns. They argue that this is a generous opportunity that I see you shaking your head. What do you say in response?
This is an attack on not just the federal workforce, but on Connecticut. What we rely on the Social Security Administration. We just had a segment before on CNN about Department of Education. What about special education? What about student loans? What about clean air, water, EPA? Connecticut relies on these workers, not just the 5,000 in Connecticut, but we rely on these workers to keep us safe, keep our children safe and educated, to keep the lights on, keep going. I know that national security and law enforcement officials are accepted from this buyout program. But what about the 6,000 people that Cash Patel wants to street illegally? This is very dangerous for Connecticut and for states across the country.
I do wonder if their argument is that they want to eliminate waste and make the federal government more efficient, whether you believe that is just a front. Is it disingenuous? Do you think that they have ulterior motives?
Yeah, not only is it disingenuous, but Vivek Ramaswamy, before he was ejected from this effort, said that they wanted to be compassionate and be there for workers. But listen to Russell, who's the president's nominee for the Office of Management and Budget. He said that they want to traumatize workers. Make it so unpleasant, make it so traumatic that they don't want it. And so there's a much more dark and nefarious enterprise going on here. They want to push people out of federal service by traumatizing them and scare them.
Do you plan to file a lawsuit on behalf of these workers?
We're considering all of our options right now. State attorneys general are very concerned. There are the effect of these potential, not just buyouts, but there's no guarantee that these workers will get laid off, and the way that it impacts services here in Connecticut and prejudices Connecticut families in our states.
As you're considering it, what would lead you to going ahead and filing? What would be the tipping point?
So, of course, we're focused now on collecting information, and there's not a lot of information about this program. We're collecting information about how these buyouts might impact us here in Connecticut. As you know, we immediately have birthright citizenship. Last Monday, we got a temporary restraining order on Thursday about the reported federal freeze on funding. We heard about that, I think, on Monday night, on Tuesday, and got a temporary restraining order. So we're ready to act. We've been successful so far in blocking this administration in its most draconian moves. So again, all of this is on the table, and we're looking at every possible option to protect workers and protect Connecticut and our citizens.
Connecticut Attorney General William Tom, thanks so much for sharing your perspective. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Boris.
Still then, one of President Trump's most controversial cabinet items, RFK Jr. cleared major hurdle on his choice for Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. He urged employees to do the same this afternoon. We have the latest from Capitol Hill. Steve Tina.
$50,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car
businesses are the real champions of our economy. Whether you run a cozy local retail shop, a reliable contracting company, an innovative online business, or any professional services, we've got you covered for all your funding needs. That's why LiveStream is 100% committed to ensure that businesses across America have access to the necessary working capital they need to grow and be successful, regardless of the current political and economic environment. Our mission is to be your trusted and dependable business funding source. At LiveStream.com, our AI-based lending marketplace enables you to access up to $1 million in business funding with no collateral, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how the funds are put to work. If you've been in business for more than 1 year with annual revenue of at least $250,000, you can receive funding in as fast as 24 hours. There's no obligation and absolutely no cost to apply now at LendSeek.com. That's LendSeek.com. We're keeping on lock over $1 billion in personal and business credit. That's exactly what Ray Reynolds can do for you. I'm talking about protecting your family and building your business with $100,000 in personal or business cash credit. And Ray can help you rebuild your credit score to 750. Ray Reynolds isn't just any expert. He held the security chief of TRW and became Experian, one of the most trusted credit bureaus. If you're looking to get your finances on track, Ray is the man you should call for a 750 credit score. Call Ray at 800-548-6750. 800-548-6750. Join his live webinars and attend his weekly workshops to learn the insider strategies for hitting your personal and business goals. Ready for a 750 credit score and your first $100,000 in credit? Call Ray Reynolds now at 800-548-6750. That's 800-548-6750. With limited numbers all over. Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Joe McDowell, founder of Wesley Prevention Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you
The Senate Finance Committee voted along party lines 14-13, advancing Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s nomination to lead the Department of Health and Human Services. Another critical vote is just minutes away. Tulsi Gabbard, Trump's pick for Director of National Intelligence, is also trying to clear the Senate committee hurdle. CNN's Laura Fox is standing by for us on Capitol Hill. Just last week, Republican Senator Bill Cassidy, a physician, said that he was struggling with Kennedy's nomination over his stance on vaccines. Obviously, something changed his mind.
Yeah, I mean, he had a lot of conversations, and he made clear in his statement earlier today, as well as a long speech on the floor of the United States Senate, just how he got to yes. He really credits Vice President J.D. Vance with helping him get to yes. He also says he was able to get several promises from the administration, serious commitments, he said, about what exactly was going to transpire at HHS in the months ahead, including getting quarterly hearings if he wanted them for RFK Jr. as the chairman of the health committee. He also said that there were assurances he was getting that the CDC's website would not take down any information that parents that there was no link between autism and vaccines. But this was what he said on the floor, trying to explain just how he got to yes.
This is the context that they were considering RFK as the nominee to be secretary of
see the passenger cabin windows, a reminder of the human toll of this crash. 67 people in total dead. We know that goal today from salvage crews was to recover the cockpit of American 5342, and then some really key clues, especially as they take those pieces to a hangar here at Reagan National Airport, and the NTSB essentially begins lining up those parts to see if the structure of the plane and the helicopter itself may have contributed to this crash, and they have built in a few blind spots here. We were expecting a bit of an update from the NTSB about what is in the data and voice recorder flying function on board the BlackCarpet helicopter. Now that is still a mystery, and the NTSB says in a tweet that it needs additional information to verify data points from the BlackCarpet. I want you to listen now to what NTSB Chair General Hamidi told me just yesterday in an exclusive interview. She said that it's very manual work right now that investigators are doing to line up the timestamps on the data recorder from the BlackCarpet to the
is here to explain. Eggs is nothing sacred here, Vanessa. Tell us what's going on.
Waffle House did not want to have to do this, but they had to do this. They simply could not absorb the rising cost of eggs because of egg shortages, because of this avian flu. So they're adding a surcharge, 50 cents per egg ordered at Waffle Houses across the country. 2,100 locations are going to be impacted by this. Now, this is important because this is something they say that they are hoping is temporary, but who knows? That is a big question. There are Waffle Houses across the country, and they serve about 272 million eggs every single
one item instead of raising prices across the menu because they do hope to be able to take this surcharge off. And Brianna, this is all because of that avian flu. It has wreaked havoc on egg-laying birds. About 17 million killed. Ripple effect. CA is projecting that there's going to be a increase in egg prices this year, just because, Brianna, it takes about 9 months to rebuild those lost flocks. So egg prices right now holding steady at about $4.14 a dozen on average nationwide. Here in New York, I found some eggs for about $10. That's almost $1 an egg, Brianna. So egg prices going higher and going higher throughout the year, unfortunately, as well, Brianna. Those yolks are liquid gold, literally, it appears. Vanessa, your favorite, thank you. President Trump ordering the release of billions of gallons of water from dams in California, saying that it was needed to fight fires. Experts say instead of helping, the move has basically wasted a precious resource just months before the state's farmers will need it most.
Millions of Americans who avoided filing their taxes this year because you're afraid to owe the IRS thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. Well, you don't need to worry anymore. Tax Relief Advocates has the solution. We thought specialists is ready to speak to you now. You know what tax debt reduction you may qualify for. Don't wait. End your tax nightmare
So this defies logic on every level, but the warning lights for the rest of America is that the Army Corps engineer is following these orders, and it doesn't seem like there's anybody there to tell him this is not going to do anybody any good. It's going to waste $2 billion of water that could be used later in the spring and summer when there's actual crops to water, and when there's usually ground and they need that water every drop of this time. Bill Laird, thank you so much for that update. Just minutes from now, Tulsi Gabbard will face a critical Senate committee vote. Will Trump's controversial pick to be the director of national intelligence Apple's support to be confirmed? We live with Liz.
Experience Super Bowl 59 on the SiriusXM app. Catch interviews with the biggest names in sports and entertainment live from New Orleans. Previews and predictions from the experts. Music specials to get you pumped for kickoff. And on Sunday, you're the game instant post-game reaction. Just search Super Bowl on SiriusXM app.
You can unlock over $1 million in personal and business credit. That's exactly what Ray Reynolds can do for you. I'm talking about protecting your family and building your business with $100,000 in personal and business cash credit. And Ray can help you rebuild your credit score to 750. Ray Reynolds isn't just any expert. He helped the security chief of TRW and became Experian, one of the most trusted credit bureaus. If you're looking to get your finances on track, Ray is the man you should call for a 750 credit score. Call Ray at 800-548-6750. 800-548-6750. Join his live webinars and attend his weekly workshops to learn the insider strategies for hitting your personal and business goals. Ready for a 750 credit score and your first $100,000 in credit? Call Ray Reynolds now at 800-548-6750. That's 800-548-6750.
Hiring is a lonely business. Posting jobs, sifting through resumes, interviews with unqualified applicants, being ghosted. What if you could link with dozens of qualified candidates who are ready to work right now with just one connection? That's Express Employment Professionals. Find us at expresspros.com. One connection, the workforce you need. Problem solved. Express Employment Professionals. expresspros.com.
This is an ad by BetterHelp Online Therapy. Every January brings you 365 blank pages waiting to be filled. What do you want your 2025 story to be? Maybe there are characters you need to let go of, or narratives that no longer serve your growth. Life isn't about resolutions that fade by February. It's about picking up the pen and becoming the author of your own life. Therapy can be your editorial partner, helping you craft the next chapters with intention and purpose. That way you can shape your own story and make it one you love. BetterHelp offers a diverse network of over 30,000 therapists worldwide with expertise in a wide range of issues, from depression and anxiety to work and relationships. It's 100% online and sign up only takes a few minutes. Write your next chapter with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/CNN today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/CNN. Did you know that your largest investment asset might not be your retirement account?
investigations. CNN's Bonnie Raju is outside the Senate Intelligence Select Committee's chamber. Bonnie, tell us what you're hearing.
Yeah, this vote is going to happen in a matter of minutes. This committee operates along bipartisan lines. This is a literally divided committee, which will be a party line vote. And just a key note earlier today, Senator Tanya, a Republican who had been wavering on this nomination, announced that he would vote to move ahead on Cameron's nomination with the intelligence. Extensive conversation, I was told, with J.D. Vance, the vice president, and getting assurance about some of his concerns about how she would deal with people with classified information, including Edward Snowden. That became a big flashpoint during the hearing last week. And that's the Democrats have seized upon as one of the top Democrat on the committee, Senator Mark Warner. Broke into these lashed out at Cameron's nomination and urged Republicans to vote against her.
My guess is this. I have a source of confidence in our judgment. Can some of these secretaries become into bureaucracies? The Director of National Intelligence gets exposed to some classified information, and will their allies continue to share that intelligence if they're not sure it's going to be safe? And again, these families she couldn't be more receptive and receptive. Someone I think all of us in the intelligence community feels detrimental. And I have a question about intelligence from 18 different agencies and say to the wrong person, and how did that get here to the law? Because she's in charge. Before she said that, the cabinet is a bravest to be able to.
Behind the scenes, the efforts with the leadership of Republicans were concerned about the fact that she did not call Edward Snowden a traitor during the hearing. She didn't want to call people names, just simply want to rely on the facts. And the facts that she said that Edward Snowden broke the law. She's taking a different tone on Snowden than she did before she was a nominee. At that time, she suggested that he should be pardoned, but that his charges should be dropped against him altogether. During her hearing, though, she said that she would not advocate for pardoning for Snowden. That was not part of what went over Senator Susan Collins and also a member of this committee, who also said that she would vote to advance the nomination. Another Republican skeptic, Senator James Langford, after that back and forth about Snowden last week, he had some concerns, but he had conversations with Gavin Edwards. He is now a yes, which means this vote is going to happen. Be approved by a single vote, and then will be sent to the Senate floor. We expect Gavin's nomination to be taken up as soon as next week. And at that point, she can only afford 3 Republican votes on a party line vote. At the moment, we don't expect more than 3 Republicans to vote against her. So she is in a very good spot to get this position after weeks of battling with Democrats, leaning over some of the skeptical Republicans, including Senator Tanya, for the local support announced today.
Bonnie Raju, thank you for the report. Morris?
And more breaking news in the Senate. Just learned the FBI has complied with orders from the Department of Justice demanding officials turn over information about employees who worked on January 6th cases. Sources say more than 5,000 names were handed over. This comes after the DOJ set a new deadline to receive the information. Let's go now to CNN security correspondent and former FBI Special Agent Josh Campbell. Josh, you broke the story. How do those within the FBI think this list of names is going to be used?
Well, this is unprecedented for the Department of Justice to go to the FBI and demand a list of names in an apparent effort to exact retribution on behalf of a president, which it appears that is what is potentially underway here. We knew that this could be coming as we reported here at CNN. The Justice Department had sent a letter to FBI leadership demanding the list of names of people who were involved in that sprawling January 6th Capitol riot cases. These are investigations run from coast to coast. And just to talk about how sprawling it is, as you mentioned, we're talking about several thousand names. One source that I spoke to made the point that as they conveyed to the Justice Department that right now this list should be viewed as preliminary in nature just because of the short time constraint that the Bureau was actually given by DOJ to try to gather all this information. We know that a survey recently went out over the weekend to employees asking to specifically identify what their role is. But I can tell you, having worked these FBI investigations, that there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes when a lead is sent to a field office or a case is open. There could be people administratively tied to that case that don't actually end up going
rights, clean water to infants, basic education and medication for children, and that combats the trafficking of girls, according to an alliance of international non-governmental organizations. USAID also spends billions each year to alleviate poverty, treat diseases, and respond to famines and natural disasters. Now is Democratic Congresswoman Ilhan Omar of Minnesota. Congresswoman, thank you so much for being with us. Making an argument for USAID? Yes, thank you so much. USAID kept your family fed, kept them safe. But I wonder, because there are Americans who want the money that America spends abroad, and they're agreeing with this USAID move, and they don't want to help the Ilhan Omars, or they want to help their own families. Can you explain to those people why you think they should be interested in helping families like yours?
Well, I think what is really important for the American people to understand is that this money really amounts to less than 1% of what our budget is as a country. It is money that goes to the most vulnerable around the world. It is already appropriated, and it can be appropriated. And so what we are seeing right now is Elon Musk, a billionaire who is attempting to take away resources from the poorest people around the world. This is someone who is not a government official, who doesn't have a family, he's not appointed. He holds foreign debt and foreign interests. And so we should all look at this with cautious eyes and with curiosity to understand why he is making these decisions and why he is being allowed to make these decisions. I also want to remind people, yes, this agency was created with an executive order from John F. Kennedy, but it was also commercially appropriated in 1998. And so there is no authority that rests within the executive that allows them to sidestep the congressional power that we have to create these agencies and to allocate resources.
And those things about congressional authority, they may be true, but there's a lot of people out there who agree with this move philosophically. What do you say to them?
Well, I don't understand why they would agree with it philosophically. We are looking at this reckless decision that was made that took away the jobs of so many Americans who are working here in the United States and abroad. And these were people who were locked out of their offices, locked out of their emails. We have crisis response teams that are abroad that are locked out of the resources that they need in case their lives were in danger. So what Elon Musk is doing is actually risking the lives of Americans by making this decision.
You were Democratic House Leader Hakeem Jeffries, who's out with a 10-point plan. Top three of these things to combat the dismantling of the federal government as we know it. Use the budget process. We should know that's in 6 weeks. The federal employee buyout decision deadline is in 2 days. Introduce legislation is the second thing. You're in the minority. Legislation's likely going nowhere. And the third thing, continue to highlight Republican policies' negative effects on the economy. Continue. So just do something that you're already doing. Is that all that Democrats can do right now?
Well, we are utilizing the judiciary system, and unfortunately, because we are in the minority in the House and in the Senate, the only recourse that Congress has to make sure their constitutional rights are not being infringed by the executive is to sue. And it's only the Speaker that has the ability to sue on behalf of Congress. And he is deciding to abdicate that responsibility and go on because these people at this moment are being held hostage. Our Republican colleagues, they are afraid of what Elon and Trump will do, the retribution we're already seeing that's being carried out throughout the United States government. They don't want any of that for themselves. And so we ask their constituents to call into he lacks an understanding of what the laws of this country are. In the clip was an interview that I gave to a reporter, not in that room actually, that they had up to, that is an edited video. And in the interview I was asked what would I say to Somalis who are undocumented or who their documentations might have passed. And it is important for people to exercise their Fifth Amendment right to remain silent unless they feel confident that they have the legal protections that they need. Nobody needs to put themselves in jeopardy by speaking to law enforcement if they cannot have the advice of lawyers. And then you continue to tell people that.
And just before I let you go, sort of back to what Elon Musk is attempting here. Were Democrats kind of caught flat-footed? I mean, were you surprised by the swiftness and the scope of what is happening here? I know you said that you don't have the ability so much to use the court system in the minority, but at the same time, were you caught off guard to develop a strategy besides that?
No, I mean, we weren't prepared to people of what was to come if they chose to elect a criminal that he was going to carry out criminal activities, and that is what we are witnessing. We also warned them what would happen if they did a trifecta with the control of the Senate and the House, that he was going to appoint a lot of the people that we are seeing that are going to be yes people and are going to carry out these type of illegal activities that are threatening our constitutional republic. And so we are doing what we can within the checks and balances that we have, and that is to utilize the judiciary system to make sure that we are halting a lot of the things that they are attempting, and you are seeing lawsuits being carried out. There is a coordinated effort with AGs across the country that are Democrats, and members of Congress on the Democratic side are working with them and with outside groups to make sure that the people's rights are protected in this country.
Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, thank you so much for being with us and for sharing your family's story. We do appreciate it. So come, we are standing by for a key meeting between President Trump and Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. We're told that while the two leaders will likely appear in lockstep publicly, behind closed doors, it will be a very different story. Plus, China hits back. We'll tell you what and really who will be most impacted by China's retaliatory tariffs. And it's an unprecedented, possibly illegal offer to accept. We're going to take you inside El Salvador's notorious mega prisons, now offering to hold some of America's worst American criminals. We'll have that and much more coming up on CNN News Central.
You will win with money. You will become wealthy if you do these 5 things over and over again. Dave Ramsey, America's trusted voice on money, is on Sirius XM. Try to get out of debt. When you don't have any payments, you know what you've got? Money. Calling for advice that's helped millions crush debt, build wealth, and achieve peace of mind. Financial freedom is closer than you might think. The Dave Ramsey Show. Weekdays starting at 6 a.m. East on Sirius XM Drive 111.
Are you like millions of Americans who avoided filing their taxes this year because you were afraid you will owe the IRS thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars? You don't even have to get them. Tax relief.
Well, my best to make sure that efforts will be accomplished. I want this community to succeed in making America healthy again. Their success will be tied to the health of our nation. He has the opportunity
his theories. But fringe studies. Now, President Trump today is putting on Truth Social about autism. And suggesting it's coming from the vaccine. We don't know. There you go.
It's outperformed the stock market. The numbers don't lie. So how do you get started with pressure?
Everything going up. Everything going up.
Yep, they said the average of eggs is going to be about $4 a dozen. Now the 10% that's actually coming out of that China imposed on us is really going to impact mainly. It doesn't impact Google that much or McDonald's, because McDonald's is one of their things. But one of the things that they use as far as influence, one of their bigger money makers, they're not going to tax that. But as far as everything else, then yeah, they're going to hit that. So they said Calvin Klein is going up a little bit. Tommy Hilfiger is going up a little bit.
And gas going to go up a little bit too, I think.
Yeah, because they are imposing a tax on coal, liquid gas, and crude oil. So yeah, gas is definitely going to go up.
This is little Habiba. You can see what gangrene did to her arms and her legs after she waited weeks for Israel to sign off on her evacuation. Jordan launched a major effort to save her life following a CNN report. His doctors warned that she only had days to live. Last Thursday, Habiba developed a lung infection. Her heart stopped twice. She had to be resuscitated, according to her mother and health workers. And on Sunday, Israel further delayed clearing the evacuation. Doctors believe Habiba has protein C deficiency. It's a rare but highly treatable genetic condition which causes excessive blood clotting. They say the child will likely lose her right leg and possibly both arms. Thousands of children like Habiba cannot access life-saving care in Gaza, where more than 15 months of the war there has paralyzed the medical system. Be right back.
That's an Israel.
Do you owe $10,000
They was talking about, they was talking to a Democratic House of Representatives, and Elon Musk had pointed her out. She's like the first Somalian who's ever been a part of Congress. And Elon Musk put on Twitter X that she was outright breaking the law by telling Somalians in Somalia that they didn't have to cooperate with ICE and not to say anything to them. She was like, unfortunately, he doesn't know the language. But she said, and he's only taking bits and pieces of what I said in my elegant interview, which stated that regardless of whether you are undocumented or your papers have expired and you're waiting for them to be renewed, that by law, you still have due process, and if ICE comes and asks you a whole bunch of questions, do not answer any questions without an attorney present. Get yourself an attorney, and she says that's for anybody, regardless of whether they're illegal, undocumented, anything has been expired, student visas, work visas, get an attorney. You don't have to say anything to them, but you have to get an attorney so you know if you have any legal rights. If you don't have any legal rights, or you don't have any legal due process, because so if you're a student and your student visa expired and you're waiting for it to renew and you're in school, talk to an attorney, because it's not your fault that they didn't renew it, especially if you put the paperwork in a year ago. So don't say anything to any law enforcement until you have an attorney present. That's what I think. And they said, do you feel that Brianna asked, so do you feel that Democrats were caught flat-footed on everything that's going on with Elon Musk and Donald Trump? She said no. She said we told them what was going to happen if they voted him in office, and if the Republicans had the House and the Senate. This is what was going to happen. She said it is an authoritative and dictatorship of a government that is in the making. And that's why I told Boo, I was like, dude, how do you know that once he gets everybody in place, he gets everything in place, that he just doesn't opt to go on ahead and go against the Constitution and put his own shit in, so he can be in office even longer?
He can put in an executive order. I'm going to be in office until I die.
Right.
And it's going to 72
But the people who are going up against, let's just say Vladimir Putin, they don't make it. Regardless of whether they die, drop out, whatever the case may be, they don't make it. So the thing about it is okay, fine. If our government starts to go that way, then what is actually going to happen when it comes down to time for him to get his ass out of office? So there's the USAID that Elon Musk is trying to dismantle and get rid of. It helps as far as it is called the USA International Development Program. And John F. Kennedy put that in place. And then it was reassured in Congress and legislation to keep the program going. Now, not only do they help with foreign aid to different countries as far as helping them medically, food sources, whatever the case may be, clean water, medical supplies, but how about it also goes and their thing is, okay, why are we sending money to foreign countries to help them with housing and health, and then we can't help the United States? We should allocate those funds to the United States instead of, yeah, see, I don't understand. So how come we can't use that money for the United States? She said that I understand where they're looking from, but what they don't understand is that this particular program is going to Americans as well in different countries. So if they're in an area where the water is not good, they send money over there to help so the water is good enough for them to drink. We're sending them medical supplies, we're sending them bottled water, sending them whatever type of foreign assistance they need in that third world country where they're located. So if you don't allow those funds to get to them, regardless of whether they're civil servants, regardless of whether they're military personnel, whatever their role is, they're United States citizens, but they're helping out in other countries. Now you're putting their lives at risk as well.
Working with these retaliatory tariffs, coal, natural gas, crude oil, and
There you go.
machinery, certain metals, live
Peanuts.
items.
Well, just a slick jab back in response to the Trump administration's larger tariffs on China. I think they picked products that might be in industries that are more favorable to the Trump administration's politics and policies. Also, fuel industry.
When I looked at the list last night,
Just mentioned like
as far as
financial
like
gas.
grocery shit, it looked like anything appears to go to populate household.
Because this is the thing. If he puts tariffs on Mexico and Canada, yes, all of that stuff goes up. But now remember, he did a 30-day stay on Mexico. How about as of last night, he put a 30-day stay or pause on imports and exports coming from Canada. So the one that went into effect earlier this morning was the one for China.
It does feel like the Chinese want to negotiate and they come to terms here and not go down a full path of a trade war.
China's Commerce Ministry brought a complaint against these Trump tariffs to the World Trade Organization. Does that do anything?
No, that's of course symbolic again. WTO, World Trade Organization, was a very active body adjudicating trade disputes prior to President Trump's first term. But during his first term, he bypassed the WTO and made it essentially obsolete in ignorance of effectiveness. So since then, it really has not been at all very helpful in helping adjudicate these disputes that arise. So, again, it's another symbolic move. Just like the step they took to investigate Google for antitrust violation. Google has stepped back from China's
Nico Donald said, how fast do you go? 60 miles.
Truck is governed at 60 miles an hour.
Well, I'm hopeful that they, figure out a way to get through this without imposing broader-based tariffs. trade-based tariffs. The U.S. and China's relationship, trade relationship, is the largest in the world by orders of magnitude. And if we get in a full-blown trade war with China, we raise tariffs on the Chinese do it on our product. The entire global, our economy, Chinese economy, the entire global economy will be in big trouble. Stock prices will be down. It'll be a mess. So hopefully, Xi and President Trump can figure out a way forward without that happening.
We shall see. More Sandy, always appreciate your analysis. Thanks for joining us.
Sure thing.
People
We'll hear that a lot lately. We shall
island
see.
of Santorini for a series of earthquakes rattled the popular tourist destination over the past several days. This is one of the headlines that we're watching this hour. Thousands of people crowding into Santorini's port, waiting to leave the island by ferry. And Greece's largest airline has added more flights, trying to help people leave. Drone footage over the island shows empty streets, authorities urging people not to gather indoors, a risk which has prompted emergency services to set up outside tents. Also, a teenage girl has died after she was bitten by a shark while she was swimming in a popular tourist area on Australia's east coast. The attack happened on an island about 50 miles from Brisbane. A resident said sharks are common in those waters, and attacks so close to the shore is unusual. And California homeowners already devastated by wildfires could see their insurance rates go up. State Farm is seeking a 22% emergency rate hike from the California Insurance Commission, describing its financial situation as dire. The state's largest insurer says it's already paid out more than $1 billion to customers in the wake of these fires. The Insurance Commission says State Farm's request raises, quote, serious questions about its financial condition, and the agency will urgently respond to the request.
You're upset with your
Monty Raju on Capitol Hill. Monty?
Yeah, Tulsi Gabbard in her nomination to be the next director of national intelligence. It was just clearing a major hurdle. The Senate Intelligence Committee approving her nomination by a 9-8 vote in a closed session. This vote is expected to be 3 minutes going in. Democrats have made clear that they were going to oppose this nomination, concerned about number of positions.
So State Farm wants to do a 22% increase on their insurance. The problem with that is
trying to recoup some of that money.
Not just that, but the whole point about it is that you're saying that you have to recoup because you have put out over $1 billion. But what about all of those people in California on those houses that paid you, let's just say 10, 15 years and never had to use their insurance? You know what I'm saying? Because
insurance companies get rich.
Right, because you know what I'm saying, like our insurance runs us probably about, I don't know, maybe $8,000 to $9,000 a year, but it's incorporated in our mortgage, which is how it all works. You know what I'm saying? So when you're looking at, let's just say, you know what I'm saying, at least for our house anyway, let's just say we have our insurance in our house for 25 years, something happens to it. I've already put in $250,000, if not more than that, for insurance on my house that I've never ever fucking used. So when it's time for me to use it, I should be able to use it. I shouldn't have to worry about a 22% hike increase because I never fucking use it.
Their profit margin is down. So when their profit margin go down, they think the company going under, so they gotta recoup some of that shit.
Right, but this is the thing. How about they're not gonna just raise it 22% on those people who houses were affected? They're doing a 22% rate hike on everybody's fucking insurance.
Shouts out to Deadlift Shorts. Germany, welcome Germany.
Welcome in, Germany.
Brandon Soria said Prosser, Washington.
Yep.
You are absolutely correct.
We are past Prosser, Washington now. Don't blink and you're gonna miss it.
Don't blink and you're gonna miss Prosser. We like Prosser.
We do like Prosser. We stayed there quite a few times. Nice and quiet.
Yeah, nice little boutiques over there. Little soul food restaurant. That soul food restaurant we went to, a Mexican restaurant.
Mexican restaurant. Super good.
McDonald's, what else they got over there? Taco Bell, KFC.
Yep. They got 2 truck stops and a rest area, so it's a good place to stop. I like it.
Brandon said, where y'all headed? We can't tell you that. Never give up your location if you got a YouTube channel.
You give it a bump.
Good old advice for y'all. I know I do it all the time.
All the time. Just tell them what direction. We're headed to South Washington.
South Washington. Good. I used to live out there up until a couple of years ago. Moved out onto the Oregon coast.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, we love the Oregon coast.
Yeah, we do.
But it's probably better living out there than it is out here.
Oh, y'all got some snow yesterday.
Oh yeah, you guys got snow yesterday.
Oh yeah, it's still snowing a little bit, yeah. They said it was on the beaches.
Snow on the beach. That don't even sound right.
Right, where they do that at?
Sound like Ivy from Storyboard. Or she sound like Ivy from Storyboard.
Oh, I do?
Yeah. One of us do.
Oh, that motherfucker open. That motherfucker hardly ever open. Oh, pulling it. Oh, look, they pulling motherfuckers in, making them park hell. Wow. Yeah, y'all take that with you.
El Salvador agreed to accept deportees of any country as well as house violent criminals who are American citizens. The deal is alarming human rights groups, even Rubio questioning if it is legal, saying, quote, we'll have to study it on our end. El Salvador's president posting online that American convicts could be sent to its infamous mega prison for a fee. He said, quote, the fee would be relatively low for the U.S., but significant for us, making our entire prison system sustainable. CNN Stephen Colbert last year went inside what is known as SACOT, where as many as inmates are incarcerated.
Damn, it's a big ass prison.
And above that, 4 years of electrified fencing.
Yeah, I sound like
15,000 volts. More than 1,000 security personnel, guards, police, and military were stationed on site.
I'm safe. Rubbers down. All right, rubbers down.
The director tells me the inmates, once they're inside one of these sectors, remember me, everything is done with it, including doctors, as well as legal visits for lawyers. Each sector holds more than 24 large cells, roughly 80 inmates per cell, and it can fluctuate.
That ain't gonna talk about way.
The gangs that hold this nation hostage for decades, committing
That's what I'm reading the other day.
You're talking about El Salvador says as a swap to help you support the criminal or those from El Salvador, and they'll take them at no cost, have them deported, or they'll come and get them. But as a swap, they want to have Americans to send some of their worst criminals to their prison for a small fee, which would help out that prison.
You're a bad criminal out here, you might be taking your ass to El Salvador.
Right. I'm going to assume those are probably for those people who are... Right.
But that's limited to just 30 minutes a day. The other 23 and a half hours, they're kept inside and locked up.
23 hours locked up. That's some federal shit. Yes, we are live. Shouts out to
solitary confinement awaits.
Shouts out I hope I said your name right.
A lot of folks will raise concerns from a human rights perspective and abuse of human rights. But he's calm hearing that because he sees it day to day, the process they go through to maintain, as he sees it, proper punishment.
While you're cut off from society here, whispers of life on the outside make their way in.
I've heard about it, that it's a new El Salvador, it looks different. Pero la realidad es que hemos liberado a millones.
That new El Salvador has emerged under President Nayib Bukele, who took office in 2019 and declared a controversial state of emergency more than 2 years ago. It sparked an aggressive crackdown on crime. We see that firsthand as some 2,500 police and soldiers deploy into one neighborhood.
It's going to go on through the night for however long it takes for them to root out any suspected criminal elements.
Critics argue Bukele's strategy has given him far-reaching power to suppress dissent and silence any opposition. Late last week, as the U.S. State Department lowered its travel advisory for El Salvador, citing a significant reduction in crime, it also warned that Bukele's emergency measures allow authorities to arrest anyone suspected of gang activity and suspends constitutional rights.
Grandview.
And yet,
You know how people go to Grandview so that you can deliver your load?
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes it's live unloads and sometimes you can't, like, for early, but for others, because ours is just a drop the hook. But for most people, it's a live unload. And that's why every single time, regardless of what time it is, when you go up that street to go check in, there's always a shit ton of trucks up and down. So they're going to build that TA right there, which is perfect. Whoever came up with that idea is amazing. Because now those truck drivers will be off of the street and over to TA Express, and TA Express, that TA right there, can start making some money.
The new El Salvador.
People around here starting to get it.
David
Finally,
CNN,
right?
El Salvador.
Our thanks to David for that. And ahead, anxious days at the FBI as we have learned that agents have filed class action lawsuits. They're worried about retaliation for their legitimate work on January 6th investigation. We'll have that next.
Hiring is a lonely business. Posting jobs, sifting through resumes, interviews with unqualified applicants, being ghosted. What if you could link with dozens of qualified candidates who are ready to work right now with just one connection? That's Express Employment Professionals. Find us at expresspros.com. One connection, the workforce you need. Problem solved. Express Employment Professionals. expresspros.com.
Attention traders, ready to make 2025 your best trading year ever? Unlock the game-changing power of Vantage Point's artificial intelligence designed to help you master your trades with pinpoint precision. Picture this: billions of data points analyzed daily so you can time the markets better and find explosive opportunities. Just text the word DEMO to 813-813 right now to learn more. Discover what to trade, when to trade, and how to optimize your premiums and strike prices. Join our free class and gain the competitive advantage you need to dominate options trading. Text DEMO to 813-813. Start 2025 ahead of other traders thanks to Vantage Point AI. Don't wait to sign up for your free class right now. Text DEMO to 813-813.
False financial risk is
So you can't help it, huh?
Hey, you know me, just sleep, I will keep pushing.
Right. probably haven't got all these people on here. It's probably beautiful when we pass through there.
Well, what happened was is that I had snow, and then it went to just landscaping, no snow. Then it went back to a little bit more snow, and now we're back to no snow. But we won't see any snow for at least another 75 miles. Because we're going into snow palmy pass. So when it's going into snow palmy pass, the snow palmy pass is going to be like 80 miles. So all snow up in there.
Once your watch sells, payment is fast. If it doesn't sell, we return it to you for free. No strings attached. At Worthy, we succeed when you do because we share the same goal to maximize your earnings. Why sell for less when you can get more? And now for a limited time, Worthy is cutting fees in half for SiriusXM listeners. Get 50% off your success fee when you go to worthy.com/watch50. That's worthy.com/watch50. If you're one of the millions of people enjoying the weight loss benefits of GLP-1, now you can enhance your weight loss journey with Replenza. Replenza is physician-formulated nutritional support designed for GLP-1 users.
I was thinking the same thing.
And feel great while you lose weight. It is energy.
I've got energy. I feel great. Nothing else works for me like this.
Replenza is formulated for GLP-1 users to support muscle recovery, digestive health, and skin elasticity.
Replenza is refreshing and light. I am obsessed with drinking it in the morning. It's delicious. I love it.
With Replenza, you can look great and feel great while you lose weight. Get your GLP-1 daily replenisher at Replenzalabs.com now. That's Replenzalabs.com. Spelled REPLENZA labs.com. Replenzalabs.com.
Be on there.
Oh, yeah.
Our commitment to wealth management means offering financial advisors the best of both worlds. With our innovative support of independence model, we're giving you freedom with resources you need to run your business, helping you make a name for yourself with our good name behind you, freeing you to offer clients the advice they need, and making sure you're properly compensated for that advice. When it comes to wealth management, we choose to lead. Learn more at massmutual.com/wealth.
Weeknights at 8 Eastern on CNN. Thanks for joining us and more new developments. It's Anderson Cooper 360, SiriusXM 160.
Supposed to be expired, right? Are they expired?
The White House says President Trump plans to attend Sunday's championship battle at the New Orleans Superdome.
And Trump is set to make history as the first sitting president to be inside Caesars Superdome. We'll take a live look at downtown New Orleans for the big game. CNN sports anchor Coy Wire is in New Orleans with more on the excitement that's building. What's going on, Coy?
I'm outside the Eagles team hotel. Just spoke to some of the players. If this Super Bowl match was anything like the one from 2 seasons ago, a rematch is going to be fantastic. That game was 2 points shy of tying the highest score in the Super Bowl ever. The Eagles are led by their star quarterback, Jalen Hurts. And in that game, Super Bowl 2 seasons ago, he set a quarterback Super Bowl record rushing for 3 touchdowns. Now he is an MVP candidate running back running alongside him in Saquon Barkley. Their defense is playing lights out, so look out. As for the Chiefs, they're led by their all-world quarterback Patrick Mahomes, who's on one of the most impressive runs we've seen in NFL history. 5 Super Bowls in 7 seasons, including 3 wins. We caught up with some of the players last night at opening night to ask them about this big moment.
At the same time, you know it's a business and you stay loyal, but today you enjoy. It kind of brings you closer together when people are rooting against you. You just kind of, you become a tighter brotherhood in that locker room, and you know that we're doing it the right way, and we can bring ourselves together to have Chiefs Kingdom with us, and go out there and try to win the game against everybody.
Well, Brianna and Boris, there are festivities all week long. Sometimes there are surprises, and we joined New Orleans Saints all-stud linebacker DeMario.
So then All-Star Game, they do that right before the Super Bowl every year?
When they were there,
Well, the All-Star game, yeah. The one that I watched the other day.
Yeah, so what's that, the Pro Bowl?
Well, that's the Pro Bowl, right. And so, They do that every year. They change it up every year. Like, see, last year I don't believe that they had the flag football race like they did this year. They had tug of war. They had like 6 different events that they actually do. Like, I believe they did one or two before the game started. Then they did them after each quarter.
Right.
And so after the first, second, and third quarter, and then of course you had the flag football event. And so, because I believe a couple years ago they had just a skills challenge. This time one of the skills challenge was for the kicker to be able to hit his AFC or NFC sign. Before it was quarterbacks trying to throw the footballs through tires. So it varies, but like I said, it wasn't until, recently when they switched it to before the Super Bowl. When they switched it from after the Super Bowl to before the Super Bowl, that's when I started to watch it. So it hasn't always been before the Super Bowl. But this way, it gives people the chance to be able to go on ahead and play in the Pro Bowl, and then everybody is able to participate in watch the Super Bowl.
Right.
Because 9 out of 10 people, which I was one of them, once the Super Bowl is over with, football is over. At least until March, that's the draft. And then summer camps don't usually start, you know what I'm saying, until like right around June. That's when I really start to listen. I go back to listening to football again so I can read my fantasy football team. But what they were talking about is in reference to, like, it's Tuesday, right? And he was sitting outside the hotel where the Eagles were staying. So Kansas City is staying at their hotel, the Eagles are staying at their hotel, and so they do a couple of activities as, like tourist activities. Because they're in New Orleans, I'm sure some of the people in Philly have never been to New Orleans. So they're able to participate in different activities that they have set aside for the different teams or whatever. So they can actually enjoy New Orleans. So.
More effective than a shower with soap alone on the areas that you've been relying on a shower with soap alone and hoping for the best. Put Lumi to work anywhere you have odor but wish you didn't. It's speed, privates, and beyond. It's so easy to use, you'll never trust a shower with soap to control butt odor ever again. There's a special offer for listeners. Use code CNN and get 15% off your first purchase with code CNN. LUME deodorant.com. Code CNN for 15% off your first purchase. Love it or return for free. That's LUME deodorant.com. Code CNN to save 15% today.
Attention investors, the RV and camping industry has exploded in the last several years. Close to 60 million people will take an RV trip this year. The demand for quality destinations to park these RVs can't keep up. Right now, if you are an accredited investor, you can participate in ownership of an RV park resort, earn potential double-digit returns paid quarterly, and also profit in the appreciation of the land and business. This is a real estate investor's dream with a proven track record. And great news, participation in these RV parks are approved for IRAs, self-directed IRAs, and 401k plans. To learn more, please visit resortpropertiesgroup.com, resortpropertiesgroup.com. That's resortpropertiesgroup.com. Or call 888-307-1685. That's 888-307-1685. Again, visit resortpropertiesgroup.com. That's resortpropertiesgroup.com. Individual results may vary. Past performance is no guarantee of future results.
Sometimes bad things happen to good cigars. Not at Famous Smoke Shop. Unlike the other guys, we take pride in how we store, pack, and ship our cigars. We've been family-owned since 1939, so we know what it takes to make a great smoke and a great experience. Visit FamousSmoke.com for thousands of premium cigar brands, fresh and ready to ship from our climate-controlled 20,000 square foot humidor. Every order is backed by our famous freshness guarantee. Check it out now at FamousSmoke.com and use promo code FREE20. That's FREE20, and we'll take $20 off your order, $99 or more. Our cigar experts make sure you get the best deals on the best cigars, so every smoke is your best smoke. If you want an OK cigar, you go to your neighborhood OK Cigar Shop. If you want the best cigar, you go to Famous Smoke Shop. That's FamousSmoke.com. Get real cigars from a real cigar shop and save $20 right now. Ship fresh, direct to you. Go to FamousSmoke.com and use code FREE20.
Okay, business leaders, are you playing defense or are you on the offense? Are you just, excuse me, I'm trying to talk business here. As I was saying, are you here just to play or are you playing to win? If you're in it to win, be your next MVP. NetSuite by Oracle. NetSuite is your full business management system in one suite. With NetSuite, you're running your accounting, your financials, HR, e-commerce, and more, all from your online dashboard. One source of truth means every department's working from the same numbers with no data delays. And with AI embedded throughout, you're automating manual tasks, plus getting fast insights for your next move. Whether you're competing on your home turf or looking to conquer international markets, NetSuite helps you get the W. Over 40,000 businesses have already made the move to NetSuite, the #1 cloud ERP.
Right now, get the CFO's Guide to AI and Machine Learning at netsuite.com/stocks. Get this free guide at netsuite.com/stocks.
Okay, guys.
TaxAct can think of a million things more fun than filing taxes. TaxAct is going to name some of them. Sitting in traffic, folding a fitted bedsheet, listening to your coworker talk about his fantasy team, digging a hole, digging an even larger hole next to that original hole. Unfortunately, TaxAct's filing software can't make taxes fun, but TaxAct can help you get them done.
That's a perfectly proportioned peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Yeah, I'll try.
There's a new reporting that President Trump plans to dismantle the Department of Education. We'll show you what moves are already being made in the department and the potential impact that they could have on schools across the nation. Plus, Beijing punching back after President Trump imposes tariffs on Chinese imports. China hitting U.S. energy exports and blacklisting 2 American companies they think.
And FBI employees fighting back, filing a class action lawsuit against the Department of Justice for possible efforts to purge the workforce. And some of that controversial information that DOJ was requesting may have already been turned over. We're following these major public stories and many more, all coming in right here at CNN News Central.
Make these up?
New development now as President Donald Trump moves full speed ahead to reshape the federal government. His administration now taking steps to begin dismantling the Department of Education as the world's richest man wields seemingly unfettered influence over how the country should operate. We're only about 2 weeks into this new administration, and we're seeing major changes every day with Elon Musk at the center. In the past several days, Musk and his allies have gained access to the Treasury's payment system, threatened to shut down the U.S. Agency for International Development, actually really shutting it down and planning to move it over to state, offering federal employees a sort of buyout plan and pushing aside career civil servants in several agencies. Now, just a reminder, Musk was never confirmed by Congress, and he has several huge conflicts of interest with the federal government.
Right.
He's tasked with making these massive cuts with next to zero oversight. CNN's Renee Marsh is here with us now. And Renee, the Department of Education is actually on the chopping block as well. Tell us about this.
That's right. We have reporting that the president is working on crafting an executive order which would essentially dismantle the Department of Education. First, the first phase would be to essentially ask the Secretary of the Department of Education to diminish the department and ways to diminish the department through executive action. The president would also call on Congress to create legislation that would enable him to further dismantle the agency, Brianna.
And there's also dozens of employees at the Department of Education who have already been told to stay home. Is it clear why they're on leave, and what is the agency saying about that?
Right, so we have reporting that some 75 employees Department of Education have been placed on leave, and that is the lowball estimation, that coming from the union president representing these employees. And the reason for this being just a lowball estimate is because this individual doesn't have full visibility on non-union members. We do know that they received these emails, essentially said they were being placed on paid administrative leave. Their email that they would be on leave indefinitely, and the reason for this is because of some sort of link or tie they had to DEI. But the union president says their actual job duties had nothing to do with DEI. What they all had in common was that within the last several years, they attended diversity training, some of them back in 2019 under the Trump administration, and additional training under the Biden administration. And because of that training, in some cases for just 2 days, they believe they were targeted. I spent a lot of time speaking with many of these employees. Many of them have been with the federal government for decades. They say they love their jobs and were willing to work with this administration, but now they find themselves on the sidelines. And when we tell some of them not having jobs having to do with DEI, we're talking about individuals who work on AI and integrating that into education, someone working in a grant office. So a wide range of individuals impacted here, according to their union. Again, Brianna, didn't do any daily work on the issue of DEI itself.
All right, Renee Marsh, thank you so much for that. And Justin, now President Trump is signing executive orders at the White House. We have CNN Chief National Affairs Correspondent Jeff Zeleny joining us live now. Jeff, tell us what
today's in the Oval Office as we've become familiar with seeing this pattern, really holding court as he signs executive orders. The education executive order that Renee was just talking about, we do not believe is on today's agenda, but that certainly will be coming. But today, order on Iran. He said that Iran should not have a nuclear weapon, and very tough language. We will hear from him directly once that video is released from the Oval Office, but also on UN funding. Again, wanting to review the funding that the United Nations gets. So a series of foreign relations type executive orders on the day, really an hour before the president is scheduled to meet with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu right here at the White House. You can see the color guard assembling here, and Mr. Netanyahu will be coming into the grounds of the White House for that first meeting of a foreign leader that President Trump has in his second term. Obviously, the ceasefire is front and center in their discussion. They're also scheduled to be holding a news conference later today, but the president still at this moment signing executive orders and answering questions from reporters. Brianna.
All right, Jeff Zeleny, thank you for that live for us from the White House. Boris?
As these dramatic cuts to the federal workforce start to take shape, Elon Musk remains on his mission to revamp the federal workforce. He's also sowing confusion and chaos within government ranks. The White House calling Musk a special government employee working only at the approval of the president. What remains unclear, though, is whether an unelected businessman can wield this level of authority. Joining us now, former Defense Secretary and CIA Director under President Obama, Leon Panetta. Sir, thanks so much for being with us. The White House, obviously, the Republican Doge, has targeted OMB, the Treasury, USAID, and all federal employees across the country. Ultimately, what do you think their goal is?
Well, there's no question that their goal is to create a great deal of turmoil and uncertainty. Look, the problem is, at least in my experience, that presidents are really not able to produce change through executive orders alone. He's issued a tremendous amount of executive orders, but in most cases, those executive orders either confront the Constitution or confront the rule of law. And so you're going to see lawsuits challenging them. Joe Biden ran into the same thing when he was trying to... So the bottom line here is that it does produce a lot of chaos. It does produce a lot of uncertainty. It can weaken markets, it can weaken our economy, and it certainly can weaken our alliances. So real change ultimately only happens when the president is willing to work with Congress and work within the boundaries of the law.
Secretary, I apologize. We're having some audio issues here where we can't hear you, but it does sound like your audio is coming across on air. So we'll have to pause the conversation there. We do appreciate Secretary Leon Panetta. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to get these audio issues fixed, and we'll be right back.
Get closer to stand-up comedy with Serious XM. Run the clock stand-up every step. All-time
near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
Hey, are you having a hard time dealing with high-interest credit card debt? I know, it feels like a bad word, but it isn't. It's normal for DUPT to happen, and a SoFi personal loan can help you handle it. A SoFi personal loan can help you save thousands by consolidating your debt into one low fixed monthly payment. You can get $5,000 to $100,000 as soon as the same day you sign. It only takes 60 seconds to pay your rate, and it won't affect your credit score. There's even zero fees required, so you can avoid dealing with prepayment and late fees. Debt doesn't have to be a dirty word anymore. You could get out of high-interest credit card debt, and a SoFi personal loan could be your way out. Feel your rate at SoFi.com/paidoff. That's SoFi.com/PAIDOFF. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A. Member FDIC. Terms and conditions at SoFi.com/paidoff. NMLS 69689. Right now, all over this country, phones are ringing. A roofer in Rapid City, a lawyer in Atlanta, a realtor in Boulder, an electrician in Seattle, a wealth planner in New York.
And our team of remote receptionists. They're about to turn every one of those calls into a relationship. Kind of relationship that builds trust, that builds loyalty, that builds business.
We are ready. But just let me talk to a real person. We're the voice of 15,000 small businesses and counting. We answer calls every minute of every day. And we don't just take messages, route calls, and book appointments. We turn your callers into your biggest fans. Experience Ruby for yourself. Visit Ruby.com. Or better yet, call us 866-GET-RUBY.
We just want to have enough money to retire.
And travel to visit our grandchildren. I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio. What about commission-based products? We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio. So we do better, you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio. What other services do you offer? As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more. It sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Featuring CNN documentary series like The Decades, The United States of America was Canal. This is Life with Lisa Lane and Parts Unknown with Anthony Bourdain. This is absolutely delicious. Tastes like Egyptian. On CNN Originals, Channel 453, and streaming on the Sirius XM app.
In the context of efforts to rework the federal government and the federal workforce, a CNN investigation finds that some of President Donald Trump's executive actions closely align with Project 2025, despite the president saying previously that he knew nothing about it.
The lengthy conservative proposal called for sweeping transformations of the federal government. CNN's Tom Foreman has the details.
Cancer caused by the Biden administration. Reforming or doing away with the Federal Disaster Relief Agency, FEMA. Dismantling diversity programs. Rolling back. All of those ideas are being pushed by President Donald Trump, and according to CNN's analysis, many of them ties to projects put out by the Conservative Heritage Foundation. In the campaign, Trump repeatedly denied any ties to the project.
That have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it.
And yet, of the 53 executive actions in its first week in office, CNN's analysis found more than two-thirds align with proposals, including the use of active duty military personnel along the border. At least one of the Trump administration officials and dozens of allies helped craft that document, including his new CIA director, chairman of the Federal Communications Commission, and Tom Homan, the border's own.
Whether it's a school, a church, or hospital.
More
specifics. When the South American country of Colombia initially refused to accept military planes loaded with deportees, Trump quickly and aggressively threatened to impose a tariff. Right on script with Project 2025.
As you know, in Colombia, they agreed with us almost immediately after I got involved.
Trump immediately revoked the security clearance of top government officials suspected of not supporting his goals. And he's talked up more oil drilling in the far north, where the Project 2025 plan says Alaska is a special case and deserves immediate action. For all that, still insists the new president had nothing to do with Project 2025. And he's just securing the border, restoring common sense, driving down inflation, and unleashing American energy.
Right. But people who are writing it are in your cabinet.
Trump-splaining, saying this administration, for all of its claims to the contrary, has been following the Project 2025 roadmap pretty closely. Tom Foreman, CNN, Washington. Our thanks to Tom Foreman for that report. Back with us now is former Defense Secretary and CIA Director under President Obama, Leon Panetta. Secretary, thanks so much for being patient with us and sticking through those issues. Obviously, a huge part of Trump's effort to rework the federal government, to re-engineer it, if you will, is led by Elon Musk at Doge. I wonder what you make of his status as a special government employee with a top security clearance and limited ethical transparency obligations.
Well, you know, look, the presidents always have had advisors, but normally those advisors have a position within the government that allows them to exercise whatever power the president gives them. When you have somebody who's outside of the government that doesn't really in any way have any official status within the government, then it's going to raise a lot of questions about whatever he says or does.
And some of his allies have taken over the Office of Personnel Management's data systems, locking out some senior career employees at OPM. I wonder, what could they be looking for? Do you have any security and oversight concerns?
Well, you know, look, let's just stand back and look at everything that's going on. I've worked in 50 years, I worked for 9 presidents, Republican and Democrat alike. They wanted to operate by strength, but they also wanted to operate by stability. The last thing they wanted to do was to create turmoil that would undermine markets, undermine the economy, and undermine our alliances. And so they really tried to operate within the law. A lot of what's going on now raises challenges to the law. Executive orders, sure, presidents can issue executive orders, but as Joe Biden found out, when you're up against the law, the courts can also stop those executive orders from producing change. I think a lot of what they're doing violates the Constitution and violates the law. And I think ultimately it will be challenged. And so if the president really wants to produce real change, he's going to have to operate as other presidents have operated, by working with the Congress to produce change in the law. If he's not willing to do that, then we are not sure any of what he is proposing or threatening can actually happen.
And Secretary, I'm sorry to jump in here, it's Brianna, but we're having some communications issues where Boris cannot hear you, but I can, so I'm going to continue on here. I know at one point, obviously you served as O&B director. I think you've had so many jobs in government, you're probably watching what is happening with the vantage point that not many people have. And a federal judge extended a temporary ban on Trump's attempt to freeze federal funding. In your eyes, does he have the authority to do that?
Well, you know, again, this is a proposal that runs right into the provisions of the Constitution, which is that the Congress has the power of the purse, not the administration, but the Congress. And therefore, when you suddenly decide to freeze all federal spending, what you're doing is violating that constitutional provision which says that only Congress can deal with that kind of funding. So, ultimately, the court is not going to allow the president on his own to basically determine what is funded and what is not funded. That violates not just the Constitution, it violates the Budget Act.
Secretary Leon Panetta, we appreciate you riding this roller coaster with us. With all due respect to you, Secretary, I think Brianna could have gone on pretending to be me and no one would have noticed.
I think someone would have noticed.
Thank you so much, Secretary Panetta. I appreciate your time. So we are closely watching the White House this afternoon because just minutes from now, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is going to meet with President Trump at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Their sit-down comes as negotiations begin in this crucial second phase of a ceasefire deal in Gaza. Stay with CNN. We'll be right back.
Nutritional supplements are too expensive. At Live Good, we're doing it different by making the highest quality supplements and selling them for just a few dollars above cost. Just look at our Super Reds, arguably the best cardiovascular health product ever created. Other companies are selling Reds powders for as much as $59 and they're not even organic. At Live Good, you get the highest quality USDA certified organic Super Reds for just $24. Less than half the price for a better product. And by the way, it tastes amazing. How about magnesium? Something everybody needs and most of us are not getting enough of. Don't spend $40 for lower quality. At Live Good, you get the highest quality magnesium on the market for just $14.95. Ready to take your health to the next level? Go to livegood.com/SXM and join the 1.5 million people who have already made Live Good the fastest growing supplement brand in the world. We'll even give you 10% off your first order. livegood.com/SXM.
These statements are not evaluated by the FDA. The product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. If your goals this year include getting healthier, you should start by taking a closer look at your water. You'd be surprised to find out how many impurities are in tap water. Everything from viruses to lead, PFAS, pesticides, and other contaminants. No one wants that. What you do want is healthy drinking water. And it starts with Aquasana. Aquasana water filters remove contaminants and leave you with cleaner, healthier, odor-free, great-tasting water. You'll enjoy an immediate difference with every drop. With everything from whole house systems to under-sink units, Aquasana's high-performance water filtration systems are low-maintenance and eco-friendly. Aquasana has more than 15,000 five-star reviews from customers like you who want to drink with confidence. Visit Aquasana.com today and use promo code SXM to get up to 50% off select systems. That's AQUASANA.com. Promo code SXM for up to 50% off. Aquasana, a healthier you starts with healthier water.
Hey, have you ever used Cheapo Air?
Yeah, for years, and I really like it. With Cheapo Air, you can book online, use their app, or even over the phone. You've got great prices on over 500 airlines and millions of accommodations. They are my go-to for travel planning. Oh, and if you join their Club Miles program, you can earn points to save on the cost of your travel. Book on the app, and you get double points.
Sounds like it's time I tried Cheapo Air.
Call Cheapo Air at 855-292-7493 or visit cheapoair.com/serious.
Regulated activities performed by a licensed affiliate.
I had no idea I could sell my life insurance policy.
Norman and Nancy Dugan for Coventry Direct.
We were about to let Norman's policy lapse because premiums have become expensive. Our kids are doing well on their own, so we just don't need it anymore.
Then Nancy called Coventry.
They were so helpful, answering all of our questions.
If you're over 65 and have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify.
After this past year, we're celebrating life. We've booked some long overdue travel, and we're able to pay for our grandkids' college.
Coventry Direct has helped thousands live the life they want to live. Pay for unplanned medical expenses, or supplement retirement income. When it comes to selling your life insurance, Coventry's got you covered. Call 800-397-5567 or visit CoventryDirect.com to learn more about how you can get cash by selling your life insurance. Call 800-397-5567.
With cyber attacks accelerating, effective cybersecurity has become mission critical for businesses, which is why over half of Fortune 500 companies trust CrowdStrike to protect theirs. With CrowdStrike, we solve complex problems by delivering the right solutions with our market-leading cloud security, identity protection, and next-generation technology. With the power of the crowd, our cybersecurity transformation save businesses time and money. CrowdStrike. We stop breaches.
This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Happy Valentine's Day, honey.
I got you something close to the heart this year.
Supplements?
Not just supplements, the best supplements from Premier Research Labs. These are heart-healthy supplements so that we can celebrate Valentine's years to come. Premier Research Labs mixer products right here in the U.S. This month, fall in love with their heart-healthy supplements and take 10% off your order. Find them on Amazon or go to prlabs.com. That's prlabs.com.
Right now, we're actually awaiting President Trump signing an executive order, a series of them. He just signed a number of them in the Oval Office, as he has been doing since he re-entered the White House. And we're now looking at tape of that, playing back from moments ago. Let's listen.
We were dealing with lots of different people and lots of different things. And some terrific people in today are trying to solve some of the problems that are going on in the country and outside of the country. We're doing very well with respect to other countries really behaving on taking the criminals that they sent into our country, and we're getting them out. These are some of the worst people on earth, and they're getting out and they're being accepted back in their countries, as you've heard, without exception. So a lot of people thought that was not going to happen, but it's happening very full force. And we're getting some very, very dangerous people out of our country, which is very important now. Well, perhaps we'll go through the first one.
Yes, sir. So earlier today, before the press came in, you signed a commission appointing Chris Wright to be your next Secretary of Energy. We have another commission prepared for your signature, sir. This is Doug Collins to be Secretary of the VA. Doug Collins of Georgia.
Two very good men.
You gotta do all that to sign your signature.
Okay.
Numerous actions taken by a number of bodies of the United States, anti-American bias. We have an executive order prepared for your attention that would withdraw the United States from the UN Human Rights Council, would withdraw the United States from the UNRWA, which is a refugee organization, and would also review American involvement in UNESCO, which has also exhibited anti-American bias. More generally, the executive order calls for a review of American involvement and funding in the UN in light of the wild disparities in levels of funding among different countries that, as you've expressed previously, is deeply unfair to the United States.
So I've always felt that the UN has tremendous potential. It's not living up to that potential right now. It really isn't. It hasn't for a long time. It has. There are great hopes for it, but it's not being well run, to be honest. And they're not doing the job. A lot of these conflicts that we're working on should be settled, or at least we should have some help in settling them. We never seem to get help. That should be the primary purpose of the UN, the United Nations. And again, it's got great potential, and based on the potential, we'll continue to go along with it, but they got to get their act together.
What would they need to do to get their act together?
Well, you got to be fair to countries.
Sounds like you covered in a crayon, the color book.
They have some countries, as you know, that are outliers, that are very bad, and they're being almost preferred as countries to those that do their job and are doing a good job, and they have to really, they're going to end up losing, a lot of countries are going to end up losing their credibility with other organizations, and then they're going to be nothing. The potential of the United Nations, and not everybody agrees with me on this, the potential of the United Nations is fantastic if properly run. So we'll see what happens.
How much money are you going to take away from them?
Well, we're taking away a little bit, but we're not looking to take away money as well. This is so important that we're really, as you know, the United Nations is largely funded by us. But, and it shouldn't be. It should be funded by. But it's something that if it ever lived up to the potential, in 10 minutes it would make up the difference. That's the kind of power it could have. Right now it doesn't have that power.
Next, sir, this is a national security presidential memorandum that seeks to impose maximum pressure on the government of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Many of these provisions are similar to actions that your administration took during your first administration. The basic idea here is to have every department and agency, or many departments and agencies in your government attempt to sanction and control Iranian activities, particularly relating to the Iranian nuclear program and the Iranian export of terrorism through support of various proxy groups abroad. And the intent here is to give you all of the possible tools to, I'd say, engage with the Iranian government to ensure that going forward they are less of a malign actor on the world stage.
So this is one that I'm torn about. Everybody wants me to sign it. I'll do that. It's very tough on Iran. It's what we had before. We would have never had the problem. You would have never had October 7th. We would have never had the problem had the election gone a different way, which it should have. But this one, I think, more than made up for it. I think we're doing things, and it shows that more than made up for it. Much more historic. The Iran situation, hopefully, I'm going to sign it, but hopefully we're not going to have to use it very much. We will see whether or not we can arrange or work out a deal with Iran, and everybody can live together. And maybe that's possible, and maybe it's not possible. So I'm signing this, and I'm unhappy to do it, but I really have not so much choice because we have to be strong and firm, and I hope that it's not going to have to be used in any great measure at all. It'd be great if we could have a Middle East and maybe a world at total peace. Right now you don't have that. When I left, you had peace all over the world, and the world is blowing up. It's coming in to see me later. Others are coming in to see me. We'll see what we can do. But I'm signing this, and hopefully it will be a document which won't be very important, will hardly have to be used.
So what kind of deal would you plan to
Well,
make?
we're going to see. I mean, we're going to see. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. With me, it's very simple. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. We don't want to be tough on Iran. We don't want to be tough on anybody, but they just can't have a nuclear weapon.
Mr. President, you are making some conversations with your guys.
Do you want to block the sale of Iranian oil to other nations? Well, we have the right to do that. And that's what I did before, and they had no money. They wouldn't have had the money for Hamas or Hezbollah and anybody else. I just couldn't solve this thing. It just, if things went the way they should have, this would have been over long ago. But it's not over.
How long do you think Iran is developing nuclear weapons?
I think they're close. They're too close. But again, you can go back 4 years. I would have said they would have had it during this intervening period. But they're pretty close, Peter.
And why is Iran having to sign it if it's Iran and their proxies who threaten to retaliate against you and your team by killing you guys for taking out Soleimani?
Well, they haven't done that, and that would be a terrible thing for them to do. Not because of me. If they did that, they would be obliterated. That would be the end. I've left instructions. If they do it, they get obliterated. There won't be anything left. And they shouldn't be able to do it. And Biden should have said that, but he never did. I don't know why, lack of intelligence perhaps. But he never said it. If that happens to a leader,
They never try to take them out either.
close to a leader, frankly, if you had other people involved also, you would call for total obliteration of a state that did it. That would include Iran. So I'm signing this, and it's a very powerful document, but hopefully we're not going to have to use it.
Mr. President, if the Prime Minister today were to ask your help in striking at Iran's nuclear facilities to prevent the kind of progress towards a nuclear weapon, would you give him the green light? Would you, either to do it himself or for the U.S. to participate with him?
I don't know that that's what he's going to be asking for. I have no idea that it is. You're telling me. We're going to have a pretty long meeting. We're going to be discussing a lot of things. Not only that, a lot of things. And I'll let you know if the time comes to let you know. But right now, that's not something that I can discuss.
When you said if they do it, they get obliterated. Just to be clear, you're talking about if Iran made an attempt on your life.
Yeah, that would be cool. total obliteration. And I can't imagine they do that. It should have been stated by Biden, but he didn't state it because he had no clue, as you know, as everybody knows.
What is your vision, actually, for a relationship with Iran?
My vision for
Or a
what?
relationship with Iran?
I'd love to have a good relationship with everybody. They can't have a nuclear weapon. That was my only, it was the only thing that was very important. They can't have a nuclear weapon. Beyond that, you know, we'd be very tough. They insist on doing that. They have some of their leadership, I can tell you right now, and maybe you know it, maybe you don't, but there are many people at the top ranks of Iran that do not want to have a nuclear weapon just for that very reason.
Mr. President, what's your reaction to China's retaliatory tariffs?
That's fine. That's fine. We're going to do very well against China and against everybody else.
That happened.
Right now, they're taking advantage of the Biden administration. I've never seen the deficit with China is about $1 trillion. This is like a different. Very well. We're doing well with countries that nobody expected we'd do well with. We are respected again as a nation. Maybe at a level that people haven't seen for many decades. But when I left, we didn't have any wars. I defeated ISIS, 100% of the ISIS caliphate, and now the world seems to be ready to blow up, but we'll see if we can stop it.
Mr. President, have you reached out to the Iranians about any kind of deal to start those discussions?
I have nothing. I see, I'm one that doesn't care whether I reach out or they reach out. A lot of people say, let them reach out, sir. To me, it doesn't matter. It's just talk. But I want to see everybody do well. I want to see great countries, and I want to see peace in the Middle East and elsewhere. We're also working very hard with respect to Russia, Ukraine. It's a bloodbath. It's a total bloodbath. What's going on there is incredible. What's going on with soldiers, young soldiers being killed by the thousands. I mean, literally by the thousands. And we want to see if we can get that stopped. And I think we've had some very good talks.
Any update on when you would speak to President Xi, sir? Any update on when you would speak to President Xi?
No, we'll speak to him at the appropriate time.
What happened in 24 hours?
Do you think that conversation can lend itself to the type of freeze that it did meant for the tariffs for Canada?
Well, we'll see what happens. Well, there's a short-term freeze with Mexico, as you know, and with Canada. But they've agreed to be very, very strong on the border, stronger than they ever were by far, by a factor of about 30. And in addition to that, as you can see, we've been strong because we've had numbers like you've never seen before. And the border is now closed, really closed. And with that being said, we're letting good people come through, and we want good people to come into our country. But the border is closed.
In your talks with Prime Minister today, do you intend to press him about how many deaths have been amongst Palestinians? Are you concerned about that?
I talk about that too. Both sides mean a lot. I talk about that. I talk about the other side. I talk about everything.
What's your main message to him today during your meeting?
Well, I'm here to listen. He's here to see me, and I'm here to listen. So, at the right time, I'll give him my best. Yeah, I would like to see Jordan, and I'd like to see I feel very differently about Gaza than a lot of people. I think should get a good, fresh, beautiful piece of land, and we get some people to put up the money to build it and make it nice and make it habitable and enjoyable and make it a home. I don't know how they could want to stay. It's a demolition site. It's a pure demolition site. If we can find the right piece of land or numerous pieces of land and build them some really nice places, there's plenty of money in the area, that's for sure. I think that would be a lot better than going back to Gaza, which has had just decades and decades of death. Well, they're in Jordan, and they could be in Egypt, and they could be in other places. You could have more than two, more than one, but you're going to have more than two. And you'd have people living in a place that could be very beautiful and safe and nice. Gaza's been a disaster for decades.
Would the U.S. pay for that?
I don't think they do ever pay, but I think there's plenty of people that would in the area. They have a lot of money. They certainly have a lot of money. Some of the countries over there, they'd like to see it. And Saudi Arabia wants to see peace. We can see that. Many of the countries there, as far as I'm concerned, they all want peace. I think, maybe I'm wrong in this, but I think Iran would like to see peace too. They've had enough. Don't you think they've had enough?
The leaders of Egypt and Jordan have said bluntly they have no interest in doing this.
Well, they may have said that, but a lot of people said things to me. They said they wouldn't take anybody back in Venezuela, and right now they're flying them right back into Venezuela. A lot of people, and they're doing the right thing in Venezuela. The Panama Canal is an active discussion right now. They said things about that. And virtually everything that's been said has been incorrectly stated based on the result.
That amount of forcibly displacing those people from Gaza?
I don't think so. I think if they had the opportunity, they'd love it. If they had an alternative to that, they have no alternative right now. I mean, they're there because they have no alternative. What do they have? It is a big pile of rubble right now. I mean, have you seen the pictures of it? Have you been there? It's terrible to live. Who can live like that? And very dangerous. There's shooting all over the place. There's bombing all over the place on both sides. Now, I would think if they had an option of moving to an area, either in a large group or various smaller groups, and take out close to 2 million people, I would think that they would to do. They have no, what you say about the Gaza Strip, they don't have an option.
So you say that
It's very dangerous.
to leave Gaza?
Oh, I think they'd love to leave Gaza if they had an option. Right now, they don't have an option. What are they going to do? They have to go back to Gaza. But what is Gaza? There's practically not a building standing. And they're very dangerous. You know, those buildings are shifting and they're falling down all over the place. And there's gunfire all over. It's going to be that way for a while.
Mr. Brother, wouldn't it have made more sense to evacuate people while the ongoing rather than now when there's a ceasefire?
Excuse what you're talking
But
about.
it was more dangerous when there were strikes overhead than now.
Well, the strikes could start tomorrow. There's not a lot left to strike. It's a demolition site. The whole place is demolished. It's unsafe. It's unsanitary. Living in a beautiful open place with some, nice quarters there, nice housing of sorts. And we have the money in the Middle East to build that.
Do you support Israelis actually moving back to the great set of
Not necessarily. No, I just support cleaning it up and doing something with it. But it's failed for many decades. And somebody will be sitting here in 10 years or 20 years from now, and they'll be going through the same stuff and wars. And, they've had civilizations on Gaza, many civilizations on Gaza, and they're buried in the sand.
Secretary of
It doesn't seem to work.
Secretary.
Elon Musk, how often are you talking to him? And have there been ideas that he's brought to you that you said, oh no, wait a minute, this is going a little too far?
Well, many ideas, but look, he's done a great job. Look at all the fraud that he's found in this U.S. AID. It's a disaster. What the people, radical left lunatics, they have things that nobody would have even believed. The whole thing with $100 million spent on you, with money going, deserve to get any money. The money, I'd like to see what the kickbacks are. How much money is kicked back? Who would spend that kind of money? To some of the things that you read about and I read about and I see every night on the news and every morning when I read the papers. Who would spend money for that? I would say this, the people that got all that money, are they kicking it back to the people that gave it from government? No, that's, to me, very, very corrupt. The real question is how much of a kickback has there been? And one of the things I want to investigate rapidly, because I've never seen anything to this extent. The train that's being built between Los Angeles and San Francisco is the worst managed project I think I've ever seen, and I've seen some of the worst. Billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars over budget. In fact, I read where you could take every single person that was going to go on the train and get the finest limousine service, and you'd have hundreds of millions of dollars left over. It is the worst thing, and we're going to start an investigation in that because it's not possible. I build for a living, and I build on time, on budget. It's impossible that something could cost that much, and now it's not even going to San Francisco, and it's not going to Los Angeles. They made it much shorter, so now it's at little places way away from San Francisco and way away from Los Angeles. No, we're going to start a big investigation on that because I've never seen anything like it. And nobody has ever seen anything like it. The worst overruns that there have ever been in the history of our country. And it wasn't even necessary. I would have said, you know, Biden, you take an airplane, it costs you $2, it costs you nothing. Take an airplane. But this got started, and if you have to, you drive. You can drive. They have hundreds of millions of dollars of cost cuts. And it's not even the same project, it's much shorter. It's way outside of San Francisco and way outside of Los Angeles. So we're going to be looking into that.
Is that Joe just going to investigate the train?
No, I'm doing that myself.
Some of these dope engineers that Elon Musk has helping him are as young as 19 years old.
Good, they're very smart though, Peter. They're like you. They're very smart people.
Has he met any of these guys?
No, I haven't seen them. They work actually out of the White House. They're smart people. Unlike what they do in the control towers, where we need smart people, we should use some of them in the control towers where we were putting people that were actually intellectually deficient. That was one of the qualifications, is to be intellectually deficient. No, we need smart people. Some are young and some are not young. Some are not young at all. But they found great things. Look at the list of things. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow. I'll read off a list of 15 or 20 things that they found inside of the USAID. It has to be corrupt. Nobody could approve that. They could only approve that if they were getting kickbacks. You're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars.
And it sounds like you're going to wind down USAID.
This sounds like it. I mean, I think so.
So when that happens, which part of the government?
Well, I can see Marco Rubio being in charge, State Department, because they're giving money to. I mean, some of the money is well spent, I guess, but much of it is really fraudulent.
And on the Education Department, why nominate Linda McMahon to be the Education Department Secretary and you're going to get rid of the Education Department?
Because I told Linda, I hope you do a great job and put yourself out of a job. I want her to put herself out of a job. Education Department. So we're ranked number 40 out of 40 schools, right? We're ranked number 1 in cost per pupil. So we spend more per pupil than any other country in the world. And we're ranked at the bottom of the list. We're ranked very badly. And what I want to do is let the states run schools. I believe strongly in school choice. But in addition to that, I want the states to run schools. And I want Linda to put herself out of a job.
She get fired. Right?
Look, if I could give the schools back to Iowa and Idaho and Indiana and all these places that run properly, there's many of them. So if you look at the list, Denmark, Sweden, Norway, believe it or not, China's doing very well on that list, a list of well-educated, where they run their school system well. You have a lot of countries, not surprising names. I think that if you moved our schools into some of these states that are really well-run states, they would be as good as Denmark and Norway and Sweden and some of the other states. And then you'd have the laggards, and you know who they are. I don't have to go to it, but you'd have the laggards, the same laggards that are laggards with everything else, including crime. But even then, you break it into systems. As an example, if you went to New York, you go to Westchester County, you go to Dutchess County, you go to Suffolk and Long Island, and Nassau and Long Island. You have maybe 6 or 7 locations, and you have New York City, which would include the 5 boroughs. And I think even that would run much better than it does right now. Same thing with Los Angeles or California. You'd have Riverside. You'd break it up into 6 or 7, but most of them would be states, and you'd have one, like in Iowa. You give it to the state of Iowa. You give it to the state of Indiana. You give it. These are really well-run states. They don't have debt. They don't have problems. They don't have any crimes, relatively speaking, to speak of. And you would have education that would be the equivalent of Norway and Denmark and various other places that are at the top of the list. So we're at the bottom of the list and we're the most expensive. We're at the top of the list when it comes to cost per pupil. We spend more money per pupil than any other nation in the world, and yet we're rated number 40. The last ratings came out, you saw them. So they talk about 40 countries. We're rated number 40. And I say that if we did this, we would go 20, 30 notches up. We could do great. And we would have some of the best districts in the world.
Were you looking to do that with an executive order, sir, or do you need to work with Congress?
Well, there are some people that say I could. I think I'd work with Congress. I think we'd have to work with the teachers union, because the teachers union is the only one that's opposed to it. Nobody else would want to hold them back. Look, we have to tell the teachers union, we're rated last in the world in education of the top 40. We're rated that we were 38. Now we're 40. We went to 30 now. We went to 40. We're 37. But we're at 40 now. The thing just came out. That's under Biden. Remember that.
Secretary Rubio
It's under Biden, remember that.
would allow potentially American citizens who are criminals to be put in a different country. Is that something you're looking to do?
No, I didn't know that he announced that yet, but if he did, it's fine. Yeah, we have hardened criminals, horrible people. You see them pushing people into subways. The train is coming. Last week, guy walking around, just sees somebody waiting for the train. Train's coming 40 miles an hour, and he gets pushed into the subway. And that happens all the time. These are sick people. If we can get them out of our country, we have other countries that would take them. It's no different than a prison system, except it would be a lot less expensive, and it would be a great deterrent. Send them to other countries. If we could go a step further, in other words, we're talking about getting the criminals out of our country that come in through other countries illegally, right? The illegal migrants, as I call them. Well, we have people that are just as bad as them in our country. If we could get them out, I'd be very happy.
Said that he wanted you to pay a fee for that. Would you pay that?
Well, that's a lot. It's a very small fee compared to what we pay to private prisons. And a very, very small fee. I don't know. We'll have to find that out legally. I'm just saying, if we had the legal right to do it, I would do it in a heartbeat. I don't know if we do it now. We're looking at that right now. But we could make deals where we get these animals out of our country. And if you take the shooters, the people that hit old ladies in the back of the head with a baseball bat when they're not looking, that walk down the street, the people that you see it, the people that take out a gun and shoot you for no reason at all. If we could get these animals out of our country and put them in a different country under the supervision of somebody that made a relatively small fee to maintain these people. Because you know what? These are criminals. You call them hardened criminals. They've been in jail 40 times. There's one 42 times. And every time the person gets out, it's a he. Every time he gets out, he commits another crime within 24 hours. And it's a heinous crime. It's a rough crime. We don't want these people in our country either. We don't want them in our country. We had the option to get them out and let them be based in some other country at a fraction of the cost.
6 months to let it back out.
Oh, you notice he didn't say right because he was convicted of that
that has been arrested 42 times or 22 times or 17 times and is all in for manslaughter and everything else and only gets out because of a very weak judicial system that only goes after people like Trump. They don't go after the criminals. They don't go after people like this. And they laugh at our law. If that took place, you would have a lot less crime automatically.
Guantanamo Bay is there enough space there to accommodate?
There's a lot of space to accommodate a lot of people, yeah, so we're going to use it.
Can you talk a little bit
We have it. It's already up. We have it for nothing. But we can do less expensive and even more secure. We've had other countries come to us saying we would love to do that. We would love to take your criminals and we'll maintain that. We'll be in their jail. And I'm only talking for the most severe cases. Like I watched that guy on tape pushing the man into the subway last week. That man that did that is a real bad guy. Many, many arrests. And you think you're going to convince him someday good and a wonderful, wonderful citizen for our country. It's never going to happen. I want to get those people out. I'd love to get them out along with the illegal migrants. The migrants are rough, but we have some bad ones too. I'd like to get them out. That would be all subject to the laws of our land, and we're looking at that to see what we can do.
What other countries have offered to take these Americans?
Numerous, many. And Marco brought it up today. I'm glad he did. Because a lot of people are thinking, when I watch some of the crimes being committed in New York City and Chicago, look at Chicago, the volume of crime, the viciousness of the crimes. These people are horrible people.
I read like 5 years ago that
And
he
if somebody
already taken
thinks
all
you're
the
going to be
6
wonderful
they all got
citizens
to stay
someday,
in
they're wrong. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. They're bad. These are hard out of the country. They make a small fee compared to what we pay to a private prison, or to, put them in one of our prisons. It costs even more money. That would be great. I'd love to get them the hell out of our country. Thank you very much, Senator. I don't want to say it, but there's a certain quarterback that seems to be a pretty good winner.
And just last one, you mentioned it many times. The thing about Joe Biden signing on the big company.
You gotta be kidding. He signed on with the talent agency.
He's got
I think he's got bigger problems than that. I really do. I think he's got much bigger problems than that, but I wish him well. We inherited a mess. This place is a mess, but it's quickly being solved, the problem. We're going to make America great again. Thank you very much.
All right, guys. Thanks, guys.
We've been listening to President Donald Trump there from the Oval Office, covering a wide range of topics there, finishing with some jabs at former President Joe Biden, refusing to give an explicit Super Bowl prediction. But the purpose of this press availability was his signing of 2 executive orders, one of them withdrawing the United States from the UN Human Rights Council and from UNRWA as well, the Palestinian Relief Agency. The president saying that he sees tremendous potential for the United Nations, but they are no help in settling conflicts that the U.S. works on. The second EO was to put maximum pressure on Iran. He wants every U.S. federal department and agency to try to freeze Iran's nuclear program and their funding of terrorist groups through sanctions, etc. He also covered a wide array of issues, but he went on about the future that he wants to see in the Middle East for Gaza.
That's right. And what did he want or expect for Gaza has been in question lately after he talked about clearing it out. His Mideast envoy, Steve Witkoff, earlier today had said that when the president talks about clearing it out, he's talking about making it habitable. But what we heard from the president there in the Oval Office is that no, he's actually really talking about clearing it out of people. He was asked where would the people go, where would Palestinians go. He said Jordan, other places, and he seemed to say they would just be very happy to do that, to go somewhere else. Historically, that is not the case. That is not certainly what we expected here. So a lot more to fact check, but we're here at the end of our hour.
Yeah, and also he said the Chinese retaliatory terrorists are fine. We'll dig into that when we leave with Jake Tapper, which starts right now. This is CNN Breaking News. Welcome to the lead. I'm Jake Tapper. In the Oval Office, on the topics he discussed, he was asked about potential plans to get rid of, essentially, to gut the Department of Education. He was asked about working with Congress. He was asked about what Elon Musk has been doing with DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, that has been going into various government agencies and departments. Next up at the White House any moment now, we are expecting President Trump to meet with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. That reunion will be underway during this critical time in the ceasefire of Israel's war with Hamas. Prime Minister Netanyahu has said that negotiations for the second phase of this ceasefire and hostage release deal will begin with today's meeting in Washington. And the White House official says that the two leaders will discuss how to maintain the ceasefire deals and a commitment to freeing all remaining hostages held in Gaza. While Trump and Netanyahu are political allies, Netanyahu is in a position where he has to figure out exactly where Trump stands on him and on key parts of this deal before deciding how to move forward. Netanyahu is under political pressure
from his own government, the right wing of his government, to resume the war in Gaza once all of the hostages are returned to Israel or their native countries if it is not Israel. How is that going to land with Trump? We could soon find out. The two leaders are going to hold a joint news conference in the next hour, which we will bring to you live when it happens. Let's start right now with CNN Chief National Affairs Correspondent Jeff Zellerman, who's at the White House. And Jeff, as President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu head into this meeting, where are there areas of agreement on this war and ceasefire, and where are the trouble spots?
Well, Jake, this, of course, is the first meeting with a foreign leader that President Trump has had since taking office. And even as we stand here on the north lawn of the White House, the protests surrounding the White House are ringing out in the air as Prime Minister Netanyahu is just moments away from arriving here. The color guard is just a few steps behind me here, slightly out of view. But there is no doubt that this fragile second phase of a potential peace agreement is front and center in these discussions. Also, more hostages must be released. But the president was just talking a short time ago in the Oval Office about what he would like to see going forward in Gaza. So certainly that is also front and center in these conversations. But you talked about that partnership that the president had last year during the presidential campaign. There is no doubt that his close alliance with Benjamin Netanyahu helped him politically. Now the question is, what is the next phase of that relationship for both men, actually? This view of this American president that will go a long way toward determining the future of Netanyahu as well as the next chapter in the Middle East. There's no doubt about that. But during the Oval Office signing there, the president speaking very aggressively about Iran, as well as a variety of other issues.
And that was mainly because he was talking about the executive orders that we saw him signing there on the Resolute desk. Walk us through some of those executive orders, Jeff.
Well, Jake, perhaps one of the most striking moments was one on Iran. He was signing an executive directive of some type. Unclear if it was an order or just an executive action, but he was talking about the instructions that he has given if he were to be obliterated, in his words, or assassinated. Of course, the Iranian officials have had their eyes on the president and many U.S. officials, some of whom President Trump has removed security from. John Bolton, of course, and others. But the president said he left a specific letter that the military action would be to obliterate the Iranian aggressors in that respect. So unusual language to hear that directly from the president there, but also talking about the United Nations, how he is continuing the Biden administration's removing of funding from some UN groups in the Middle East there, as well as a variety of other issues. We are beginning to see a pattern here now, Jake, as we enter the third week of this administration. The president signing executive orders in public, taking a variety of questions, talking a lot about Elon Musk and many other things. Most presidents sign such orders and actions in private during office time. This president has decided for the second day in a row and many times during his short time back in office to do it in public. He was also belittling his successor a bit, but certainly a variety of things. But this meeting now, there is no doubt that much to discuss here as we look behind us, and the Prime Minister should be arriving shortly, Jake.
I assume the noise in the background is protesters protesting the Israeli Prime Minister.
That's correct. There's quite a large perimeter around the White House, which is normally the situation, but we can hear those protests ringing out here outside the White House, outside the gates. Of course, you can't see that, but the Prime Minister has been staying just across the way here at the Blair House, which of course is the official residence for any visiting dignitary. The Prime Minister will be extending his stay here in the U.S. until at least Thursday, but quite a loud set of protests here. Of course, so this has been such a raw moment on all sides, but again, he'll be making his way just as shortly across Pennsylvania Avenue for that first meeting with President Trump, Jake.
All right, Jeff Zellerman, thanks so much. As we wait for the events at the White House this afternoon, the joint press conference with Netanyahu and Trump, as well as the arrival of Netanyahu, there's a lot more happening across D.C. that's defining the beginning of the Trump term. CNN is learning that the Trump administration has begun drafting a new executive order that would kick off the process of eliminating the Department of Education altogether. You heard the president talking about the funds should just go to the states instead of to Washington. At the FBI, the Justice Department gave senior FBI leaders a noon deadline to hand over information regarding any employee who worked on any case involving the January 6th Capitol riot. Let's go to CNN's Renee Marsh right now. And Renee, what do we know about what Trump wants to do with the Education Department?
Right, so Jake, on that first point about this executive order that CNN has learned that he's crafting, there are two parts to this. One is directing the Secretary of Education, which, by the way, has not even had her confirmation hearings as yet, Linda McMahon, directing the Secretary of Education to devise a plan that would essentially enable them to diminish this agency through executive order. And the second piece of this would be pushing Congress to write legislation that would essentially wipe out the Department of Education. That second piece, a clear acknowledgement that he cannot do this unilaterally, and he would actually need the help of Congress in order to do this thing that he has said and promised that he would do many times during his campaign, Jake.
All right, interesting. Renee March, I guess we'll come back to you when we get a copy of that executive order to talk about what this might mean for education in America. My understanding is that most of the funding goes to the states already, as it is the Department of Education, one of the smallest federal bureaucracies in Washington, as it is. I want to go to the CNN Devin Perez right now. Evan, the FBI has been told to hand over the names and the details involving any FBI employee, agent, official, etc., having anything to do with any of the January 6 prosecutions. Is the FBI complying with that order, with the deadline, and what might happen to the employees if they work on January 6 related cases?
Well, that is still to be determined, Jake, but the FBI did comply with the letter of what the Justice Department ordered them to do, which is to provide the information on, in this case, about more than 5,000 employees, agents, analysts, people, staff, anybody who worked on January 6 related cases. There's also a case relating to the prosecution of Hamas leaders. And what the FBI did is they didn't provide the names exactly. What they did was they provided the unique employee identifier. And essentially, if people at the Justice Department want those names, they're going to have to go over to the FBI headquarters and try to look up those names. And one of the reasons for this is this. There's a lot of concern among FBI agents that if these names got handed over to the Justice Department, that perhaps those names would be leaked out, and then those employees would be subjected to threats and harassment. We've seen that already over the last couple of years, Jake. And so we know also today a couple of lawsuits were filed representing agents, former and current agents, trying to prevent just that, the release of information and names of those agents that worked on those cases against the January 6 cases related to Donald Trump.
Both you're drafting an executive order to initiate the Department of Education's elimination, placing nearly members of the USAID on leave as of now. Not just happenstance, a lot of stuff going on at the same time. Strategy. It's designed in many ways to disrupt, to make it difficult for the media, especially, to keep up with everything that's happening. How do I know it's strategy? Well, take a listen to former Trump administration strategist Stephen Bannon telling PBS about this strategy back in 2019.
The opposition party is the media. And the media can only, because they're dumb and they're lazy, they can only focus on one thing at a time. All we have to do is flood the zone. Every day we hit them with 3 things. They'll bite on one and we'll get all of our stuff done. Bang, bang, bang. These guys will never be able to recover.
Let's bring in the panel. Paul, let me start with you. So the opposition party, obviously, is actually the Democratic Party. If they're already left, I haven't really heard a lot from them the last couple of weeks. How should your party, the Democratic Party, respond to what's going on right now?
They have to keep the main thing, right? Donald Trump was not elected because people wanted to buy grain. He was elected because people want to buy groceries. The Democrats need to focus on cost of living. That's the most important mission Mr. Trump has. I hope he succeeds at it. I don't think he will. He's doing a whole lot of things to help the billionaire class right now. This is government of the billionaires, by the billionaires, for the billionaires. So you notice, I don't think he's cutting, I haven't seen a reporting, he's cutting any of the many contracts that go to companies run by Elon Musk and that billionaire boys club that currently is running our country. President Musk can do, Trump can do, it's going to help billionaires. Democrats have to get their roots. They lost this election. They lost voters would make less than $50,000. That's a heartbreak for me. It's an enormous problem for Mr. Trump. He's stabbing those guys in the back right now. Do you think there's a single steel worker in Pennsylvania or farm worker in Wisconsin or auto worker in Michigan who's helped by their schools getting less funds and Elon Musk and the billionaires getting more? So that's where Democrats need to go. They can't answer everything. They can't respond to this splitting. So they got to keep the main thing, and it's the middle class.
I want to ask you a quick deviation. So you heard, Paul, and you hear this a lot from the Democrats about going after Elon Musk, President Musk, etc. I think Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota, said something like that. You get that a lot. John Fetterman, the senator from Pennsylvania, said before the election, I'm totally paraphrasing, but it was basically like, why are they attacking Elon Musk? The public wants Elon Musk. They think he's like Tony Stark. They think, that's from people who are not comic nerds, that's Iron Man, a billionaire inventor guy. And that was his basic point. What do you think?
I think that's right. People see Elon Musk as a disruptor, and really that's what they elected Donald Trump to do, which was to come in and upend the government. And I think to Paul's point about Democrats trying to keep the main thing, I don't think Democrats know what the main thing is anymore. It could be part of a strategy where Republicans are flooding the zone. It's impossible to keep up with what President Trump's doing right now and be able to cover in all the ducks that everyone wants to, because they are consistently every day making sure that there's plenty to talk about the administration is doing on behalf of the American people. But Democrats, instead of talking about the cost of goods or making sure things are more affordable, are chasing Elon Musk over to USAID to hold a presser about aid to foreign nations. This is a president elected on Make America Great Again, an America First agenda. Democrats are more worried about everybody else and not at home. They don't know what the main thing is anymore.
So, and let's talk about that, because, I take her point, which is now Democrats are out there defending USAID, right? Is that, obviously, I'm not talking about the merits of it. I'm talking about the politics of it. Is that really where your party wants to be? Defending foreign aid right now? I'm not talking about, again, I'm not talking about policy, I'm talking about politics.
No, because I'm all for it. There's 816,000 people in Khartoum, Sudan, who are going hungry today because we shut down AID. Most voters don't care. I'm sorry, they just don't. Kansas, they don't care about Khartoum. Only one piece of this.
In New York City and California, they don't care about it either. It's not just Kansas.
So I picked it for alliterative.
Okay.
Excuse me, you're a writer.
I understand.
So there is one piece of it I can follow. There's a camp in Syria that holds ISIS fighters. The guards for that camp.
But they're exempt from
Did they exempt that?
They're exempt from that.
We don't know. They shut it down. How are we supposed to know? But mostly, Eric's right. Mostly, fundamentally, Democrats have to stay on the middle class. The fact that Mr. Trump has turned the keys of the kingdom over to a bunch of liberating billionaires in the middle of the night, taking over our treasury for that's our money, not Mr. Trump. Mr. Trump's, or certainly not President Musk's.
Yeah.
That's what Democrats are going to bring it back to. It's the billionaire voice club.
I don't know the booger-eating part of that, but let me bring in Ellie Honig. Again with alliteration. Alliteration's going to get you in trouble, sir. Ellie, FBI agents are suing the DOJ right now to block any public identification of any FBI employee who worked on January 6th investigations. Is it legal to fire FBI agents for doing the job they're assigned?
No, it's not legal, Jake. And what's remarkable here is it does happen from time to time that an FBI agent or a DOJ prosecutor gets fired. But that's because they've engaged in misconduct. That's because they've done something wrong. But if you look at these firings that have already happened and the potential firings that surely lie ahead, the only justification, there's no pretext or pretense here. It's just you worked on the January 6th cases. We don't like that. That offended Donald Trump. Therefore, you're out. The other thing, Jake, is all these employees do have their administrative rights. They're entitled to a hearing, to notice, to an appeal. And so I do think they're going to get some traction with these lawsuits pushing back a bit.
All right, Ellie, thank you so much. And thanks to one and all. Appreciate it very much. So China has now retaliated after President Trump's new tariffs on that country. You might remember he is suspending for 30 days the ones on Canada and Mexico, but the China ones are going forward. How might this affect your wallet, and how soon? I'm going to ask the new director of Trump's National Economic Council in moments. Stay with us.
Somebody said, okay, I need you to copy all my files and bring it to me. Trump says you're fired because you had something to do with it. They might have said, okay, call these phone numbers and write down the conversations, you're fired. I need for you to transcript what I have actually voice recorded. Oh, you're fired. He's firing every person that has every little itty bitty thing to do with the J Order 6. Rioters, and it's a problem. It's against the law. We can't do that. There's only a couple of states that are allowed that are called right to work states, Nevada being one of them, where they don't necessarily really have to have a good reason to fire.
So against the law means in Trump world that he did it, but you got to go to court to get your job back.
Right. How about if I got to go to court to get the job back? Oh, I'm suing. See the Department of Justice. Oh, we got my monkeys. That's what I'm supposed to do. Yeah, there's only a few states. Washington, D.C. It's not one of them. Like you said, it is against the law to fire somebody just because they worked on a case that they were assigned to. You know what I'm saying? The director of the FBI calls certain prosecutors and say, look, I need for you to be responsible for this case. Take it over, do what you need to do. Hire as many people as you need to do. Bring in as many people as you need to do. So this particular person brings, let's just say 500 people to help him with every little detail, anything he needs, research, or whatever. Trump is trying to fire every single one of those motherfuckers. And all they did was they did what the hell their boss told them to do. You know what I'm saying? But you're going in and firing them. Washington D.C. is not a right to work state. That shit is completely federal. You have got to have a reason of misconduct, misbehavior, whatever. For them to fire you.
So basically, he just using Elon Musk as a pit bull, just going through everything to see if he found any misappropriated funds.
What he's doing is he's having Elon Musk to go in and pull every single stop he froze all money that was going out of the USAID. And he's going to look at every single payment that's actually going out. If Elon Musk doesn't think that shit needs to be there, he ain't going to send the payment out. Regardless of what it's for. Like they said, there's like 100,000 Americans that are in, let's just say, Sudan at refugee camps, so on and so forth. Just Sudans that are in refugee camps because they helped Americans or whatever the case may be, and you have now put a stop payment on that. Most Americans don't give two shits about that. But the whole point about it is that you still have people all around the world who need help. Trump's idea is, nope, he ain't gonna help nobody. Why should we? But again, if America was out there for any particular reason and it caused those people not to have some place to stay or whatever the case may be, they're there to help. If Americans are in these other countries, they need help. The Americans need help. And there's people, while they're at those, in these different countries, at bases or camps or whatever, they have people from that country that are helping them for whatever reason. You know what I'm saying? You're supposed to be helping those people. My thing about it is, okay, fine. You're going to stop USAID, so then what are you going to do? Are you going to take all that money that you're not sending to a whole other country and then in every single state, use, let's just say, $1 billion in every state since there's so much money that's going out, and use that to build homes for the homeless? What are you going to do with that fucking money? You're going to stop sending it out, but what are you going to do with the money? That's my question. You know what I'm saying? You can't just stop payment to sending it to everybody else and then hold on to it and pocket it. Supposedly your reason is that that shit should be going towards somebody in the United States, but it ain't. So how about nobody in the United States should be going hungry?
Underneath the de minimis exception, there is no longer that exception. I think what's interesting when you talk to companies that are trying to
navigate this at this moment in time. The scale of what was put into place in these across-the-board tariffs, the emergency authorization that was utilized to launch these tariffs, certainly seems to signal a very different moment. It's something that Trump has made very clear he planned on doing. But I think what's also interesting too, Jake, is the very calibrated, somewhat cautious response that we saw from China. Yes, there was a response scheduled to go into effect on February 10th, but it was for a very small sector or section of products, about 80 plus products. When you look at the scale of what the Trump administration deployed versus what China responded with, roughly $450 billion as the Trump administration tariffs will cover. China hitting back with about 15 billion. So a lot of eyes right now on what we expect to be a phone call between Chinese leader Xi Jinping and President Trump in the coming days, potentially as soon as the middle of this week, in terms of what this means for what happens next. But what is very clear is while there may be inventories the prices won't necessarily hit immediately, there will be an effect, no question about it.
So, Phil, before I let you go, I do want to just have the Truth Squad, what happened with Canada and Mexico yesterday. The president hit the pause button on tariffs against those two countries, saying that he got concessions from them. I've seen some liberals acting as if he didn't really get any concessions. All those things had been promised before. I've heard contradictory information that actually he did get some new stuff. But what's the truth there?
It's somewhere in the middle. I think, look, there is no question that over the course of the last 6 to 8 weeks, we have seen significant efforts on both the southern border and the northern border, Mexico and Canada, to try and strengthen their border enforcement, to try and strengthen the intelligence capacities, the visibility that they have in their border, trying to get in front of what Trump ended up threatening. After the threat, there were concessions that were made. I think when you talk to Canadian officials, they made clear the $1.3 billion border strengthening program that they pledged, that was something that they actually laid out back in December. Now, they did get a new inclusion of a fentanyl czar. There's a joint strike force, task force that will be implemented as well. In Mexico, there will be 10,000 National Guard troops surged to the border. That's happened before. It happened in 2021 under President Joe Biden. So it's some dramatic shift. But for the Trump administration saying this is about the border, this is a drug war, not a trade war, there are things that they can tangibly point to that build on what we've seen over the course of the last several months. In terms of some dramatic shift of things that were never on the table that suddenly were because of this threat, it doesn't seem that that's actually the case, Jake.
All right, Phil Manning, thanks so much for clearing that up. I appreciate it. Let's bring back our panel. So, where are we in this tariff war against China right now? I mean, it's very, very early. It seems like Mexico and Canada, I'm not saying it was just bluster, but he got something quick. I think it's different because obviously those are allies and he knew what he wanted and he got some of what he wanted. But China, this really could last a while.
This could last a while, but it's a limited escalation by China. They're taking a very measured approach to really kind of Phil's point there. They are doing much less back to the United States than Donald Trump is levying tariffs on them. They're trying to send a message to say, hey, we're going to play, but we're not going to play exactly by President Trump's rules here. So this likely will go on for a while, but there were already tariffs on Chinese goods as it was at this point. And so this is not a bad fight for Donald Trump to pick. He got the concessions from our allies. He's going to pick a tariff fight, make it against somebody that voters are already saying that that's somebody you should be going after.
Although you point out, I mean, and Trump has said, I think Chris Walker of NBC News, that one of the reasons he got elected was the high price of groceries. This is not going to help with that.
But that's the problem he faces. It's the most important thing for him is to reduce the cost of living, groceries, gas, and rent. I think Democrats should use that as a mantra. That said, you can find a lot more support among Democrats for a fight with China, where a lot of Democrats are very hawkish. As a Democrat, I'm happy Marco Rubio is hawkish on China. He's our new Secretary of State. Mike Waltz, the President's National Security Advisor, hawkish on China. As a Democrat, I think that's good. But I don't see the end game. If he's going after China for stealing our intellectual property, man, Democrats are all in. Right? So he could build something out. I'm not quite sure what his goal is, and I'm just honestly confused as to why he picks on our best friends, tries to put a
Mexico and Canada.
Mexico, our closest neighbors, our best friends, puts a 25% tariff on them, and only 10% on China. Moreover, if you're worried about China, and he is, I think, why push Colombia into their arms? I know it's a little country, and it was just a one-day story, but not in Colombia. So he picked a fight with the Colombians because they wouldn't let him land a plane full of immigrants, full of Colombians. Well, that went away after a day. Colombians said, fine, anyway. Here's the thing, the president of Colombia made a statement. For 100 years, their foreign policy has been look to the north. Ally with America. Be America's best friend. The president wanted to now on we look to the world. And the Chinese are already in there. So a little tactical one-day news cycle from Mr. Trump could push a really good ally over into China's arms. So I think, again, he doesn't keep with anything that they think either. We got a problem with China. You have a lot of Democrats on their side who want to flip-flop on TikTok, which is Chinese-controlled mind games of our kids. I'll never know. He's never given us a good reason.
So I think there are two things there. One, I think the work he's doing against China right now is definitely related. I take your point about intellectual property. I think that's a great point. I think something they should absolutely pursue. But it's about fentanyl, and it's not about the overdose deaths. In the first part of the Trump administration, there was a massive bipartisan bill to fight against fentanyl deaths and opioid deaths. I lost my brother to a drug overdose 9 years ago. For a family like mine to hear that there is a president trying to stop these overdoses and making it a key point, I never get to see my brother Eamon again. I'm getting married soon. He doesn't get to be there. But it means a lot to someone like me that there is a president out there that even if he's taken a million fights with a million different people, that's one thing that's always going to resonate.
So sorry to hear that.
Thank you. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Yes, so many ups and downs in life.
Two of President Trump's northern catches candidates passed crucial committee votes today, which means that they will ultimately likely end up on the floor of the Senate for a full vote. Tulsi Gabbard, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., but do they have the final votes to get across the finish line? Stay with us.
Are you ready to plan your next trip? Then let Gate1 travel planner for you. For over 40 years, Gate1 has provided escorted tours and river cruises around the world. Their local guides help ensure you get to see all of the world's greatest attractions while bringing comfort and ease to every trip. Right now, save 20% off escorted tours and river cruises with code VISIT20 at Gate1Travel.com. Don't wait, book today. Offer expires February 18th, 2025. See more of the world for less when you book with Gate1 Travel.
This ain't the little itty bitty teeny tiny bowl. This is Super Bowl 59. Get in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of Super Bowl 59. New DraftKings customers can bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code CNN. That's code CNN for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for a problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. New customers only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.com/audio. I need directions for paying down debt.
Starting with, apply for a SoFi personal loan and consolidate your debt into one fixed payment. Outlook and get $5,000 to $100,000 as soon as the same day you sign, with no fees required.
You could get out of Hunter's credit card tab with a SoFi personal loan. View your rate at SoFi.com/debt in 60 seconds. No impact to your credit score. Loans originated by SoFi Bank today. Or FDIC. Terms and conditions at SoFi.com/debt. NMLS 696891. And mind the key. We want to provide you with peace of mind every mile, especially this time of year. Our certified technicians ensure your car is ready for the road ahead. Running smoothly and safely. And the best part, get a free e-inspection, giving you an immediate and comprehensive view of your car's health. We want to make sure your car is ready for whatever fall brings. Schedule an appointment today by visiting
nationalism is on the rise, threatening our rights and freedoms. For non-religious freethinkers, it's time to take a stand. Since 1978, the Freedom from Religion Foundation has been fortifying a wall between church and state. By joining FFRF, you're supporting our critical work, fighting to ensure reason and our secular constitution prevail. Visit ffrf.us/SXM or text FREEDOM to 511-511. Text fees may apply. Sirius XM Pop Rocks serves up those undeniable 90s anthems, 2K hits, and today's fresh pop finds. Pop Rocks, turn it up now on Channel 6 and anytime on the Sirius XM app.
We need a leader at HHS who will guide President Trump's agenda to make America healthy again. Based on Mr. Kennedy's assurances on vaccines and his platform to positively influence Americans' health, it is my consideration that he will get this done.
Got no lock on there. Oh, they want to know what's in there. Oh, you got lock on there. Oh, no, you got no lock on there.
is in roads, right? This
Yeah, the Belt and Road Initiative is what they were concerned about when it comes to China. But
China is helping undeveloped countries. Belt and Road, that's their
deal. The people in this world who most want to see USAID fail is basically, President Xi, Vladimir Putin. Those are our adversaries and our competitors, and we're doing the work for them. This is not about charity. I don't want the American people to think this is just about charity, that this is $1 away from our help for our own communities. This is about us in this very dangerous political, very dangerous global environment right now, the most dangerous environment I've ever seen during my lifetime. We deserve to have every tool at our disposal. And we've always had a foreign policy based upon defense, diplomacy, and development. That is something that Ronald Reagan himself was a big supporter of, which is why USAID is in the Reagan building here in D.C., is because it was a bipartisan understanding about having those tools. And we're now seeing that come to an end.
All right, Senator Andy Kim, from the Garden State, across the river there in New Jersey, you're going to be rooting for the Eagles.
Birds, yeah, absolutely.
Just wanted to make sure. Thanks so much, Senator.
Yeah, me too, Jake.
When we come back, we're going to talk to the President's Chairman of the National Economic Council, Kevin Hassett. Stay with us.
California Closets just custom designed Flawless Media Room. Now it's the perfect space for binge watching. Tons of shelves for books, plenty of seating for game night, drawers to hide remotes and dog toys. So it's not really a media room. It's more like a media, TV reading, living, game room. California Closets. We did it for Molly, and we can do it for you because we know you differently. Schedule your free design consultation now at 800 Cal Closets or CaliforniaClosets.com.
Invita's Precision Second Opinion is disrupting the world of late-stage cancer in a positive way. Sandy, Archie, and Jan all had something in common. Late-stage colon, prostate, and breast cancers that didn't have targeted treatment options. Invita's precision technology has given them their lives back. I'm Dr. Dino Prado, and I personally welcome you to utilize our Precision Second Opinion and discover if Invita is right for you. Visit us at Invita.com.
This is an ad by BetterHelp Online Therapy. Every January brings you 365 blank pages waiting to be filled. What do you want your 2025 story to be? Maybe there are characters you need to let go of, or narratives that no longer serve your growth. Life isn't about resolutions that fade by February. It's about picking up the pen and becoming the author of your own life. Therapy can be your editorial partner, helping you craft the next chapters with intention and purpose. That way, you can shape your own story and make it one you love. BetterHelp offers a diverse network of over 30,000 therapists worldwide with expertise in a wide range of issues, from depression and anxiety to work and relationships. It's 100% online, and sign up only takes a few minutes. Write your next chapter with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/CNN today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp. HELP.com/CNN.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. Donate online at carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Mike Jekyll here, Patriot Software's founder. My first business startup was in the basement of a factory. We had no heat, no air conditioning. Our only office visitors were rats, birds, flies, and snakes. We used blankets as our office walls. When the floors would flood, we'd have to write software while sitting on top of our desks. It took us 4 years to earn a normal paycheck after quitting our corporate jobs. We know how hard it is to start a business. That's why Patriot Software charges so little for our accounting and payroll software.
During tax season, your info travels lots of places you can't control.
W-2 arriving from payroll platform 3.
Everything criminals need to steal your identity is on your W-2.
Last call for accountant and home office, 1 minute.
LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points per second.
Tax preparation service to IRS, all aboard.
If your identity is stolen, we'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code SERIOUS. Visit LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
What's the financial group is going to offer?
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-85-9797. That's 800-85-9797. 800-85-9797. Take your love of 80s music to the max with new wave and 80s alternative on First Wave. Big Hair, Big Wave, hip-hop classics on LL Cool J's Rock the Bell Radio across Sirius XM and on the Sirius XM app.
Welcome back. President Trump moments ago said he will speak with Chinese leader Xi Jinping, quote, at the appropriate time, unquote, after pushing ahead with tariffs on all Chinese goods. Beijing has already retaliated. Let's talk about all this with Kevin Hassett. He's the director of the White House National
Right.
Intelligence
Put 25%
for President
tariff
Trump.
tax
Good
on
to see you,
Canada
Kevin.
and
Welcome
Mexico.
aboard. Congrats on
Don't
getting
want
a
to
job.
pay 25%
So what
tax
does
on Canada.
President Trump want from China? I'll talk about Canada and Mexico in a second, but China specifically. You've stated that the tariffs and threats
He wanted to put
of tariffs are
25%
not part of
on Canada
a
and Mexico.
But you don't want to put those.
And only want to do 10% on China.
100% wanted everyone to read his executive order at the beginning that said that this is a drug war. We had about 90,000 people die from fentanyl last year, and it's unacceptable. And he's had enormous amount of progress both with the Canadians and the Mexicans right now, and we'll see what happens with the Chinese. But the bottom line is that everybody spent the weekend talking about a trade war in Canada and Mexico, and now here we are, and we still have a 10% tariff on China, and nobody was talking about China. And the fact is that we'll see what happens. But the president did this entirely because it's a drug war, and that it's unacceptable that more people died from fentanyl last year than from the Vietnam War. And if we hear from the Chinese a lot of good things, then we'll see what happens. The president will make that call.
Do you think, as an expert on these issues, do you think that Xi Jinping and the Chinese government could just stop it if they wanted to? But just they know where the fentanyl plants or factories or whatever they are located.
I need to plug up my thing.
What thing?
Better.
No.
It's a very large country, but they're a surveillance state, and I would guess, Jake, if you and I were having dinner and talking about democracy, that we'd be rounded up that day. And the fact is that we've got an enormous amount of intelligence about where this comes from. We've shared that with the Mexicans and the Canadians, and they're on the case in a way that is really, really promising for the future. And we'll see what happens with China. But yes, I think that there's a lot they could do that they decided not to do.
So President Trump has paused the tariffs on on Canada and Mexico. Mexico pledged to send an additional 10,000 troops to the border. Canada, in addition to the previously discussed $1 billion plus of border security plan that they proposed a few weeks ago in anticipation of Trump taking office, they're also appointing a fentanyl czar. They're launching a force to combat organized crime and money laundering. Is that enough? Assuming that both countries go through with what they have pledged, is that enough to fend off these tariffs?
I think the president will make that call when we look at the progress that's being made, but there's been a heck of a lot of progress, so the president has really done a good job. And so I think that the other thing is that there's a broader issue I want to talk about, which is what is the role of tariffs after this? After China and Mexico and Canada. And as we've been looking at it and looking at the numbers, one of the things that really jumped out at me as an economist is I just asked our people, as we're trying to understand what the president's telling us to do, how much tax did U.S. companies pay to our trading partners last year? And how much tax did our trading partners' companies pay in the U.S.? And the numbers were really shocking. To know that U.S. companies paid $370 billion in tax to our trading partners last year, and that our trading partners paid into the U.S. only $60 billion in tax. And so they have 3 times the GDP that we do, and there's this massive disadvantage for American production into the global tax system. And President Trump has a long-run agenda, not just this drug war, of trying to onshore production in the U.S. and to level the playing field with all of these folks that have been taxing the heck out of our companies but not paying tax in our country at all.
All right, Kevin Hassett, Director of the White House National Economic Council. Thanks so much. Please come by a lot. Explain to us what's going on. Explain to us how this is going to affect the American people. We really appreciate it. Thanks, Jim. And we'll be right back.
Let's see, they get good.
Progressive presents Employee of the Month. Thomas's edition. Today's recipient.
Right, that was what was
Michaela. Michaela got a quick business insurance quote from Progressive and chose from over 30 customizable coverages. Sure, I know she's her only employee, does literally everything, but while others would rest on their laurels, Michaela was hard at work saving fake. So take that hypothetical other employee doesn't exist. Maybe you're home, Michaela. See if you can save as little as 7 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Coverages and all states are all vehicles and coverage selections. Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of LifeSource Water. Put your family first and get healthy water today with LifeSource. As a mom and new grandmother, it gives me comfort knowing my family has clean, safe water from every tap. Bath time is especially enjoyable, knowing that my grandson is not sitting in a tub of skin-irritating chlorine. Call now to receive free basic installation at 800-WATER-99 or visit us at lifesourcewater.com. LifeSource. Taste and feel the difference.
There are times where high standards are vital. For example, your football team would like to stay one start at
That's right.
In fact, in California Psychics, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. You see, we come from the home of free spirits and open minds. We're not short spiritual believers or big dreamers. It's why we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. California Psychics connect you with the very best, so we can guarantee if your reading is life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So, there's never been a better time to give our services a try. That sounds like a touchdown to me. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics. Subscription required. Not by consultation with any healthcare provider. Everyone is subscription required. Additional restrictions apply. See website for more details and safety information. Is Seattle's Daily really better than Viagra?
If you like spontaneity, the answer is yes. So when the mood strikes, you're ready to go.
I feel like my young man again. My wife is definitely much happier when you take it, you're ready to go.
Seattle's Daily lasts longer than Viagra.
Guys are raving that the results last even longer.
My partner thinks that I am a rock star because it is effective. I say I'm on second night. It's literally life-changing.
Are 30-day sample packs available?
You can now access a 30-day sample pack at tryrexmd.com with generics at just $1 per tablet, if appropriate. Online approval at tryrexmd.com is simple, with medication delivered direct to your door. There's no copay, no doctor office visit, and your shipping is always free. Visit tryrexmd.com to get your sample pack. That's tryrexmd.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris N is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything.
okay.
The Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install a Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/eco to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/eco for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% plus a 10% senior military discount. One discount per household.
Sirius XM Radio.
Decades, the Food and Drug Administration has approved a new pain relief medication. This is a significant step in bringing relief to millions without the use of opioids. CNN's chief medical correspondent, Dr. Sanjay Gupta, joins us now. Sanjay, what's unique about this new pain medication, and how big of an impact would it have?
Yeah, this is a pretty big deal. As you just mentioned, it's been since 1998 that there's been a new pain medication approved. I mean, the FDA typically approves dozens of medications for all sorts of things, but not pain. So patients really haven't had many options. I think what is unique about this, if you think about opioids, which you just mentioned, they tend to work primarily on the brain. The brain processes all pain. So that's why they're sedating. They can cause problems with addiction. These pain medications, suzetrigine, Duravax, it's called, works sort of more at the location of the pain, sort of trying to block the signals coming from the source of pain going to the brain. As a result, you shouldn't get euphoria, you shouldn't get the sedating, it should lower the risk of addiction as well. So that's pretty significant. Jake, I'll tell you, if you look at the numbers overall, pain is a significant problem in the United States. There's about 80 million prescriptions that are written for pain medications every year, and about half of those are for opioids. That's a lot of opioids going around. This could potentially be a substitute for those opioids, and that's what I think the Vertex Pharmaceutical is banking on.
Right, and the opioids obviously, while an immense help to a lot of people, also are risky in terms of some people getting addicted and heading in the wrong direction. This drug, this new drug, has an interesting backstory on how it was discovered. Tell us about it.
This family in Pakistan, they could walk on hot coals, Jake. They would feel the coals, they would feel it was hot, but they would not have pain. It's really significant because people may have been able to walk on hot coals, they just couldn't feel it at all. In this case, this family actually just
March 18th on beef, and
they found a specific gene that this family shared, and that gene encoded for a very particular receptor in the body, a sodium channel receptor. They focused on creating a drug that could essentially replicate what was happening to this family, alleviating the pain.
That's incredible. I hope they're getting a share of the profits.
I doubt it.
Me too. I doubt it too. Dr. Sanjay Gupta, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Dr. Gupta's going to be back later this week. Pain, as well as this new medication, sales of which should help benefit this Pakistani family, but it won't be. You can submit your questions at the QR code on the screen. Thanks so much. Stick with us. We'll be right back.
CNN under radio to schedule your first call with an HR manager right now. Go to
Radio. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product does not intend to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
When was the last time you detoxed your body? If you're like most people, the answer is probably never. Toxins accumulate in our bodies every day from pollution in the air we breathe and water we drink, as well as the food we eat. Food, processed food, and sugar. How do you know if you're suffering from a buildup of toxins? If you're experiencing low energy, brain fog, headaches, bloating, and skin irritation, then those are all telltale signs. So, how do you detox your body? Well, you can add saunas or juice fasts, but what you really need is Active Liver from New Nordic. Containing a powerful blend of turmeric, milk thistle, and clove artichoke extract, Active Liver makes it easy to help your liver detox your body all year long without major changes to your diet or lifestyle. Try Active Liver today and start feeling better with more energy immediately. Active Liver comes in both a delicious gummy or tablet. Active Liver is available in stores at CVS or Meijer, or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
First Life Plus is not available everywhere. Compounded products are not FDA approved or verified for safety and effectiveness or quality. Prescription required. Restrictions apply. We believe Ozempic are not compounded.
Everyone's talking about the breakthrough of weight loss drugs, but too few can access or afford them. Hers is changing that. At forhers.com/CNN, you can access doctor-trusted weight loss treatments tailored to you, like GLP-1 weekly injections with the same active ingredient as Ozempic and Wegovy, or oral medications at a fraction of the price. That's right. You'll save up to 91% per month on compounded semaglutide based on pricing through Hers. The same active.
They're going to tell other people. I think there's a good chance. Probably opinion 7 people. 7, maybe opinion 8. But I think all of them, I think they'll be resettled in areas where they can live a beautiful life and not be worried about dying every day.
Warriors don't want to be there.
What's going to happen? It'll only be death. The best way to do it is you go out and you get beautiful, open areas with the sunlight coming through, and you build something nice. And they are not going to want to. They are not going to want to go back to guns.
Prime Minister, a message to the families of the hostages that look at the deal that we're because the deal won't go through. What do you say to them at this moment?
Same message I sent from the beginning of the war. Get them out. Get them back. We got over 70%, close to 75% of the people. And the United States work together. And work together. The chances go up a lot. It's when we don't work together, Israel and the United States don't work together, that creates problems. When the other side sees daylight between us and occasionally in the last few years, they saw that it's supportive. When we cooperate, the right chance to win.
Say it?
So it's the right time to win.
So you say Iran is so weak. I appreciate you saying that. They're not weak. They're very strong right now, and we're not going to allow them to have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. You know, I signed a very strong proclamation. Iran was in big trouble when I left. They were broke. They didn't have money for Hamas. They didn't have any money for Hezbollah. You had no problem. October 7th could have never happened. When I left, October 7th could have never happened. And frankly, Russia and Ukraine, as I said, could never have happened. They became very strong, very fast. Massive amounts of oil to China and everybody else who would not buy. Don't buy the oil. And they became very rich very quickly. And they're not weak. They're not weak. They're strong. Doesn't mean they won't be weak. But you know what? We just don't want them to have a nuclear weapon. They can't have a nuclear weapon. I don't know what he wants. What do you know about anything?
But is that option on the table? Is that option on the table?
No, could be other places. There are many people that have reached out, many countries, many leaders of countries that have reached out
that would like to participate in that.
So it's going to be,
But I think it would be also. What? Well, it's had a pretty hard time, wouldn't you say? I'd say it's had a pretty bad time.
The car has criticized in the past as a prime minister
I think they're trying to help. Qatar is absolutely trying to help. I know them very well, and they're doing everything they can. Very tough situation, but they're absolutely trying to help. Okay, thank you very much, everybody.
All right, you've been listening to President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu at the White House. They've been talking about what next in the Middle East, what next with the ceasefire and hostage deal, what next in a more expansive regional way. Israel really wants to have a normalization deal with Saudi Arabia. That has largely been on hold ever since October 7th, 2023. They are going to hold a joint news conference, President and Prime Minister, shortly, and we'll bring that to you as well. And we're going to discuss just ahead. Let us now take a quick break, and we will be right back.
Experience Super Bowl 59 on the SiriusXM app. Catch interviews with the biggest names in sports and entertainment. News and predictions from the experts. Music specials to get you pumped for kickoff.
Lamar is considered the best rapper of this generation.
And on Sunday, hear the game, instant post-game reaction, and more. Just search the Super Bowl on the SiriusXM app.
Too many patients, unfortunately, have lost their lives by not having access to targeted cancer treatment. Most patients do not know all of their options. NVIDIA's precision immunotherapy, genomics, and non-invasive surgery are working to protect and extend lives. I'm Dr. Dino Prado, and I personally welcome you to utilize our precision second opinion and discover if NVIDIA is right for you.
Or narratives that no longer serve your growth. Life isn't about resolutions that fade by February. It's about picking up a pen and becoming the author of your own life. Therapy can be your editorial partner, helping you craft the new story and make it one you love. BetterHelp offers a diverse network of over 30,000 therapists. Write your next chapter with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/CNN today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp. HELP.com.
Call now for a free consultation. Call 800-613-8836. 800-613-8836. Do a test with me. Some churches apply for complete details. Please visit outdoortextme.com.
If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental cars included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-453-2609. That's 800-453-2609.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare action information kit, absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-718-4040. That's 800-718-4040. At Swish Funding, we fund small businesses like yours from $25,000 up to $2 million with cash in your account in less than 24 hours. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you can unlock financing with rates as low as 8% and flexible payment terms tailored to your business needs. Apply today at swishfunding.com. That's SWISH funding.com.
We do have some breaking news in our world. We just heard from President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu sitting in the Oval Office speaking live in Gaza, that it's a place of death and destruction, and maybe there's some place better where they can live. Also asked about whether or not there's more Israeli settlements in Gaza. He also said, why would that happen? It's a place of death and destruction. No one should want to live there. Very interesting comments, to use a word. John King and Beth Sander are here. John, interesting comment, and again, I'm saying this because I'm really not even sure how to respond to it, but Palestinians in Gaza, some of whom we should know have been living there for generations, their families, if not literally centuries, saying Gaza should not be there. It's not a quote place people should be living.
You don't think elections have consequences? Listen to that over and over and over again. As President Trump said so casually, sometimes you don't understand what he's saying. He just says this, and he said, you know, they comes up one day, and the weekend before that, that was the President of the United States sitting in the Oval Office endorsing forcible resettlement of Palestinians off their land, off land that international law recognizes as their land. As land in the United States until 2 weeks and a day ago, they recognized as their land.
You see, they don't want to go back.
And the Prime Minister of Israel. The state created because Jews were forcibly relocated, forcibly resettled, and then killed in Europe by Hitler, sitting there smiling, while the President of the United States is saying we should forcibly resettle the people on their land. Now, the Arab nations in the neighborhood all protested mutedly because they don't want to pick a fight with President Trump, and Jordan and Egypt have said no. It goes against everything the Arabs have said for decades. Now, the Arabs have often used the Palestinians as pawns in their other grievances, but who describe that better than me. But for the President of the United States and Jordan.
I like John King.
That's John King.
The one that was talking, yeah.
Sound like Jake Tapper.
Well, it's Jake Tapper and John King.
But the idea that the result of that should be the Palestinian people.
He used to have his own show, then they gave him a bash.
No, we had a conversation of Palestinian representation by the President of the
John
United
King
States.
going to be directing traffic during the election.
Politician like that. So I guess one of the questions about this person, what's your take on this? Like how much of this is like this is policy? Because I did what he was just saying. I don't see what as of now, this for example, it has been by all observations I've heard, been very thoughtful and diligent leader and great. Yeah. Well, that sounds like there was a joke during the first round of this show. No, wait, you're on the air. Like, you know, you have to say, like, what? Just, you know, just like some guy from Queens is spouting off on a radio. And, like, how much was that policy and how much of that was about
Well, I mean, it does, if you don't really, you're not focused on the history of this place or what it means to displace people to other things, then it is common sense. It does kind of make sense. Why would you have people living in rubble with, as what National Security Advisor Walt said today, or and also what Trump said today, you know, I think 8,000 unexploded ordnance in this area with buildings falling down. It's literally a dangerous place, and both of them, the National Security Advisor, tried to change this, and they said, you know, this isn't about cleaning up Gaza. This is about a safety issue. And on the face of it, that's not wrong. It's just that there is, on top of that, the layers of reality, of history, of culture, of symbolism, and also of what this would do to the region.
Yeah, and let me just bring in Jeremy Diamond. And Jeremy, I know that there are millions of Palestinians. There were 2 million in Gaza before this war began, before Hamas launched this war against Israel with the attack. They want to go back to their land, and they want, I mean, I think there was talk of rebuilding before 2 weeks and 1 day ago. How is this going to be received?
Well, all you have to do, Jake, is look at the images that we have seen over the course of the last few weeks of this ceasefire in Gaza. Hundreds of thousands of Palestinians returning to the northern part of the Strip, despite the fact that they are very much aware that much of it has been turned to rubble. But that is how strong Gazans feel about the connection to their homeland, about the connection to the place where they and generations before them have lived. And so that is all the answer I think that the Palestinians would give to President Trump as he is talking about forcibly displacing them from Gaza, something that comes very close and might even meet the definition of ethnic cleansing when you look at the kind of direct impact that would have on the people of Gaza. And then you look at the response here in Israel, and just moments ago, actually, Itamar Ben-Gvir, who was the national security minister as of a few weeks ago, a right-wing, far-right politician here in Israel, he just tweeted, "Donald, this looks like the beginning of a beautiful friendship," and that is because President Trump is speaking directly from the playbook of far-right Israeli politics, settler politics in particular, and the Israeli Prime Minister is sitting there and smiling because this could be the answer, of course, to all of his political problems if Donald Trump is successful in finding a way to displace hundreds of thousands of Palestinians from Gaza. That gives Netanyahu an opening to extend a hand to his right-wing governing partners and to tell them, look, I've gotten the Palestinians out of Gaza, now those settlements can be created.
John King, Itamar Ben-Gvir, a bigot and far-right zealot, not somebody who wants to have supporting anything. But somebody Netanyahu had needed up his side because of his precarious coalition back home. He said to cater to people even more to the right, even more extremists in his coalition, and now they're saying nice things about Donald Trump. And again, that's what the president kind of said. We have to find a temporary solution until we can get all the weapons out of Gaza, until we can get Hamas out of Gaza too, and then clean it up. We have to find a solution to get the Palestinian people back in a productive place. That's not what he said. He said they should be resettled somewhere else because it's him. And then he was asked a couple of times, did he support Palestinian independent Palestinian state? Now they ignored the question more or less, and then he criticized the Palestinian Authority, which is governing the West Bank, Hamas has been governing in Gaza, and he said they've done a pretty bad job. So everything that President Trump said there is what Netanyahu wanted. So what helped
what he needs.
Yeah.
And what he needs. So here's what Netanyahu said. He said two things. He said, we will get all of the hostages back, and I will complete my war aims. The war aims are to make sure that Hamas isn't in control of Gaza. That Hamas, and so how do you do that? And how do you keep the government together? So you do that by saying, I'm going to get all those Palestinians out, so there won't be Hamas running Gaza anymore. So this is the drug deal, I think, that we're seeing right here. It is to keep that coalition together. Help Netanyahu, we are going to work together. He says only America can work together, and it is to get phase 2.
Yeah, more evidence of what Hamas did was not just an abomination in terms of what we did some lives. They significantly hurt the Palestinian people as any hope of a Palestinian sovereign territory. Congratulations, guys. We'll be right back.
Trump is busy as a mother.
Well, like they said, the history of the place is the Palestinians and all those Jews, they were in Germany. And because of the Holocaust, they were displaced. And so now you have them in Gaza, and they said some of those Palestinian families in history go back centuries. You know what I'm saying? And now you're just saying, okay, it's trouble. We need to go ahead and get pretty much, look, we need to replace y'all again. It's not okay. about 18.
to drive moving into West Greenwich, stop complete.
At the U.S. Justice Department. Most employees that I've spoken with think that this is only leaning in one direction, and that is retribution. President Donald Trump has obviously called for retribution against his perceived political enemies. The one difference here is that these aren't political appointees. We're talking about thousands of career FBI agents, analysts, professional staff. What I'm told today is what was turned over with this batch of information. You had employees by their unique identification number. They had their job titles, they had their role in the January 6th investigations, and then the last time they actually touched one of those cases, interestingly, the names were not provided. Again, they were marked by their unique employee identification number. I'm told that's for purposes of security. We know that in the past, that FBI employees whose names got out there, those that were involved in investigations involving Donald Trump, received serious threats. That's the concern here, Jay.
And John, is there anyone in the current leadership of the FBI, and I understand a lot of them were let go, but is there anyone in the current leadership who's publicly pushing back on them?
Well, there is, Jake. I mean, first you've got the acting director, Brian Driscoll. He's an agent that has been around the FBI, but comes out of the New York office, out of the Joint Terrorism Task Force. You've got the acting deputy director, Rob Cassane. And basically what they're doing, and I mean, Josh gave a perfect example by saying, we'll give you the employee numbers, but not the names, is they are trying to push back to the extent they can on this kind of mass request for information until two things happen. One, until the Attorney General is a confirmed sitting Attorney General, not an acting. Two, until the FBI director is not an acting, but Kash Patel. Their connection to Kash Patel, if in fact he's confirmed as FBI director, is they work together on terrorism cases in Africa, in the United States. So they have a bond, and they are counting on his testimony under oath before the United States Congress during the confirmation hearing where he said no FBI employee will have any action taken against them for the legal, proper work they did on a Bureau investigation. So what we're seeing is a push and pull. And you have people at the White House, like Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy Stephen Miller, who was out there on the lawn on Friday, saying that they need a cleaning of the ranks in the FBI and the intelligence community. And that was the mandate of the American people by electing Donald Trump. So we've got a lot of suspense going on.
Josh, what are you hearing about the mood among agents toward the Bureau's acting head, Brian Driscoll?
Well, there's certainly a lot of anger within the FBI about what is happening here. The fact that you have employees that could be the subject of mass firings. I haven't heard any actual animus directed towards FBI leadership, to include acting Director Driscoll. In fact, he's been highly respected within the ranks of the FBI because this is someone who was a career employee that his colleagues think, this person gets it. He's been in the trenches, just working a lot of very dangerous cases in a lot of very dangerous places. And so they think this is someone who certainly is looking out for FBI employees. Interestingly, there's been this kind of a groundswell of AI-generated challenge coins and memorabilia with his likeness on it, spreading around the FBI. Again, they're looking to someone who will lead this organization and defend them. But of course, Jake, he can only do so much. What was asked from the Justice Department and turned over today is something that the DOJ can actually obtain. The FBI works for the Department of Justice. But of course, if you're an FBI employee, you're looking at all this happening, you're facing two major issues. Not only that Donald Trump has said specifically, I'm going after the FBI, if you look at this larger purge on the horizon for federal employees, we've seen things like the so-called fork in the road email that was sent out to all employees across the federal government, basically asking them to leave early. By the way, inside the government, they've been privately referring to that as the fork in the eye email. But it's clearly they feel under siege here, being targeted not only because they're federal employees, but specifically because they work for the FBI.
All right, Josh and John, thanks so much to both of you. We're going to squeeze in a quick break. We'll be right back.
This is an ad by BetterHelp Online Therapy. Every January brings you 365 blank pages waiting to be filled. What do you want your 2025 story to be? Maybe there are characters you need to let go of, or narratives that no longer serve your growth. Life isn't about resolutions that fade by February. It's about picking up the pen and becoming the author of your own life. Therapy can be your editorial partner, helping you craft the next chapters with intention and purpose.
Supposed to be city birds. How the hell y'all get up here?
Offers a diverse network of over 30,000 therapists worldwide with expertise in a wide range of issues, from depression and anxiety to work and relationships. It's 100% online, and sign up only takes a few minutes. Right
They done flew all the way up here from the city.
Visit BetterHelp.com/CNN
Well, North Bend is like
10%
8 miles
off your first
from
month.
here.
That's
10 miles
BetterHelp.
from here. So maybe they came from North Bend, but shit, North Bend is close as a motherfucker too.
AI is rewriting the business playbook with productivity boosts and faster decision making coming to every industry. If you're not thinking about AI, you can bet your competition is. This is not where you want to drop the ball. But AI requires a lot of compute power. And with most cloud platforms, the cost for your AI workloads can spiral. That is, unless you're running on OCI or a cloud infrastructure. This is a cloud built for AI. A blazing fast enterprise-grade platform for your infrastructure, database, apps, and all your AI workloads. OCI costs 50% less than other major hyperscalers.
To go get our channel.
70% less risk.
Right.
And then how many miles after that?
40.
So where we park? Where we park there again?
The Loves.
Like Loves. They don't have no what you call it?
No what?
Reserve parking.
No, they don't. I like that about them too. Remember the first couple times we went to Loves, they had numbers on. It was like, shit, they got reserved parking here.
They gotta cover that dirt up because they gotta work on it. Metal detector where they done dug at already. Bet you there's gotta be some gold down there.
Oh, yeah. This is shit that ain't been touched in who knows how long.
I'll be taking home a whole bucket every day, sluicing that shit. Gold pen.
So what was he doing?
Can you hear my window real quick, babe? Babe?
Yeah?
Can you hear my window real quick?
Yeah, just stuff.
Oh, I didn't know.
I forgot to put some stuff in there. Oh, there you go.
You got something in the thing?
Yeah. Just gotta put it in when we go to the park at Lowe's. It's tricky. Come on, give us a green light. Bad bastards. That looks like a whole sheet of ice. is no stop signs on this whole street, on this whole freeway. Why are you guys stopping? Well, that was a tank and a propeller on the back of that boat.
Tank and a propeller. Like 3 seconds.
2:45.
That's it.
Yep.
Seems like it's later than that. Sorry, time, go back forward. We'll be losing an hour.
Yeah, but that sounds like archery.
So they drop. off the tree?
Yep.
Okay.
See how it's all falling
Oh,
off the
yeah.
tree? I'm sure the vibrations from trucks, from cars, you know what I'm saying? The sun is starting to melt it, so really, Daddy? beach either. I've never noticed snow on the beach either. At least not since we've been out on the road.
even amid the war, even amid the misery, even amid the destruction, we want to remain on our land. And it's also important to note that that is why countries like Jordan and Egypt have so far refused to do so. First of all, they fear stability concerns with bringing in so many refugees at one time. But beyond that, of course, there is also the internal politics in their countries, and that taking Palestinians out of Gaza, perhaps forever, would effectively be giving up on the Palestinian cause, at least inside of the Gaza Strip. But beyond that, of course, Jim, the Israeli Prime Minister is indeed looking to address other issues like Iran, seeing if Trump will support striking Iranian nuclear facilities. And then, of course, there's this big looming potential deal of Saudi-Israel.
So now they just using Trump as a
And
tool.
of course, the other fear is that temporary
Basically,
refuge becomes permanent.
Well, I think that what's
refuge,
happening
which
is
again,
Benjamin Netanyahu needs help to fight against Iran with nuclear weapons. They don't have as nuclear weapons as we do. So technically, they would rather us, just so we're clear, they would rather us hit Iran for a nuclear war than they would for Israel to try to hit Iran for a nuclear war. So he's going to need help with that. So you get in good with fucking Trump. You've been wanting to get rid of the Palestinians that were in there any motherfucking way. You know what I'm saying? And so this was your way. Trump is saying, yeah, we need to go ahead and get rid of them. They really shouldn't be there anyway because it's a shithole, basically, is what he said. So we should need to go ahead and uproot them. The problem is that Jordan or Egypt, because of their religious belief, don't believe in